Good afternoon, First Chesapeake. Please welcome your Master of Ceremonies, First Alumnus, Skyler.
How's it going, Chesapeake? You're also going to be hearing some other voices, including Robot Bill, as well as John Edwards. All right, so kicking off qualification match number 1, we have 11-11.
Powerhawks Robotics from Edgewater, Maryland.
Their alliance team member 2534.
Lumberjack Robotics from Baltimore.
And rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have team 8590.
Cavbotics from Fairfax, Virginia.
Over onto the other side of the field, we have 686.
Bovine Intervention from Frederick, Maryland.
And in the center, we have their alliance members 116.
Epsilon Delta out of Herndon.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, we have team 540.
Talon 540 Godwin Robotics from Henrico, Virginia. This was not.
All right, we got the green light. Drivers behind the lines. And in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, a little bit of struggle, but everybody's moving. That's a good sign, considering we've been having some field problems. 8590 and 2534 both missed their mark, and Powerhawks do not go up. They take a shot and they miss. Now, 8590 did get one down on level 1. Over on the blue side, they have 3 and now almost 4 already up, plus they have one down in level 1. So blue has jumped out to a 24-point lead pretty doggone quickly. But hey, it's just the first qual, and it's still early. Let's see what happens. 25-34 loading up. 11-11 looks like they're having trouble getting their positions right or getting something out of the way. They've got their guy. They drop the piece in. It doesn't land. That time it does. 540 gets their piece in down low. They're filling in down level 2, level 3. While their partner, 686, Bovine Intervention, is going up top, so they're getting a nice blend. 11-11 still struggling at the load station. 8590 goes to drop in, and they miss. Let's see if Powerhawks does better. 2534 Lumberjack, they miss again as well. Red, not quite tuning it in. 116 going up, looking to place their piece. They're moving Algae up high, and they're going to drop it in from up top. Plenty of Algae on the blue side, none on the red. There will not be co-opetition this round unless something really changes. Red's starting to pull things together. It's 95-57 though, and there's 52 seconds remaining. There's still going to be some time. There we go. Red put up 2 together. 540 keeps moving that marker farther forward. Robots seem to be coming alive. Red's got it working like a machine now. Blue, 686, drops in. They're on level 3. Plenty of stuff on all the levels. On the blue side, they may get the Coral ranking point as well. And in these qualifiers, ranking points call the tune. 8590 takes a very funky bounce, but grabs onto it and makes that work. 15 seconds remain. Teams heading to the barge. Let's see who can surface. Let's see who goes afloat. 11-11 struggling with their wheels a little bit. Don't have a piece loaded. 8590 sitting still, and their lights, I believe, are solid. So 116, Epsilon Delta, they're afloat, and their partners, Bovine Intervention, are in that zone as well. That will be 14 points, assuming they both get credit for that. And that will bring them an additional ranking point. Look at the coral on the Blue Alliance side. If they have enough pieces on all 4 levels, they may pick up that coral ranking point as well. I can see 3 on level 1. All right, we have a final score. Let's have a look. For qualification 1. Oops. Blue Alliance takes that win. 150 to 91. A very nice high score. That may last a little while. Note the ranking points on the left-hand side. There are 5 for the Blue Alliance. That gives them a great start in qualification number 1. Red picks up 1 for the autonomous. But if you're getting 5, you're going to be in the top 10 all day.
Ryan. All right. Little old me again. So here's where we're at. We just ran qualification match number 1. I saw in that match a lot of things that I was not happy with on a connectivity side. So, with that being said, we have still not fixed the issue. And like I said before, the biggest issue is I don't know where the issue is coming from. So at this time, I'm going to be the one to make the decision on this. We will be pausing matches again until further notice so we can try and find a solution. I know this is tough, and I am apologizing for having to keep you all later than we need to sometimes. But like I said before, we need to fix this. I need to dedicate the resources, the personnel, and the time to be able to properly fix this. I need to make a lot of phone calls, so I will be stepping away for a minute. I have a lot of really qualified FTAs here and other field staff that are going to be helping me address this issue. Feel free to find one of us, the event staff. Like I said many times before, if you have questions, we will try to answer them to the best of our ability. The question of a replay has already been brought up. I'm not in a position right now to answer that, so I'm going to hold off on answering that until I make the 20 phone calls that I got to make. So I ask everyone, hang tight. Again, I apologize. We'll try to get this up and running as quickly as possible. Thank y'all.
piece on it. Does not land, but 48-21 does. And I believe Tigerbot's put up a level 3. So both sides have a level 3. And everybody moves. So there's a ranking point already in everybody's back pocket. And why not? This is districts. Teams should be putting pieces up. All 6 robots moving. 3 teams playing offense on each side. 1895 getting rid of all of that pesky algae. That's Lambda. On the blue side, they've broken loose some algae as well. 2199 getting into business, dropping up on that high on the high pegs. There they go with the level 4. 122 drops one. Oops, that's NASA Knights, but they're still rolling. Tigerbots has been incredibly fast, struggled a bit, but now they look like they are back in the game. 1895 is placed into level 3. So we've got 2 levels getting hit, mostly on the red side. We may end up with 3 on blue. I see 3 pieces of algae up on the blue side, 1 on red. We do not have co-opetition yet, and I'm not sure both sides are going to be interested in it. Tiger Bob's dropped one, and I believe dropped a piece at the same time. Lambda lines up another. That simple little grab with the little wheels. But their guys, there we go, had a little bit of trouble getting that thing to go home. Just dropped in. They're going up for level 3. Tigerbots takes that piece of algae off. They're going up high, and they drop in. That will be co-opetition if they get enough pieces on 3 different levels. 4821 with their patented bucket algae processor. Gets it up in place, gives it a tap, holds it, and down she goes. That piece is going in. While Tigerbots picks up 4 by dropping it straight in. 24 seconds remain, almost an end game. Let's see what happens for the end. 4821 teeing up, has grabbed onto, they're still working it out, getting a hold of that cage. They want to get floating. 2199 and 122 for the blue. They're both trying to get up. 2199 gets their piece around. There are no seconds remaining. So we have a lot of robots all in the barge zone at the end, but none of them are floating. All right, we have a finish. Let's see what we got. There we go. Our fish gets catted. Red picks up the win. More importantly, who gets the ranking points? So both got their autonomous ranking point. That was to be expected. 3 ranking points for the win. Puts the 3 Red Alliance teams into positions 4, 5, and 6. They did not, even with the co-opetition, they did not pick up the ranking point for completing the coral reef.
All right, qualification match number 3. Rough start today, but we have team 888.
Robodiators from Glenelg, Maryland.
And coming with shark bait, it's 45-41.
That's Cavaliers out of Severn, Maryland.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, we have team 4638.
Jagbots from Germantown.
All right, let's go check out the Blue Alliance today for qualification match number 3. We have team 2106.
Junkyard Dogs from Goochland, Virginia.
Sitting in the center, we have team 2890.
The Hawk Collective out of Chesapeake, Virginia.
And rounding off our Blue Alliance, we have team 6802.
Mean Caymans from Cedar Bluff, Virginia.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. Yeah, we got a little behind, but now we got robots moving. I got 2 up on level 3 on the red side, 1 up on level 3, and 1 that kind of made a run for it. Didn't quite land. So at the end of our autonomous with 4638 taking another shot, it's a dead tie at 30 points each and 2 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. 888 grabs a piece there going up high, and let the machinery begin. Start talking about cycle speed. How fast can you get in and get things done? 4638 pulls down a piece of algae on the way, but has trouble ingesting that piece in their robot. If they have one in, they can't get another. They had to hit the wall to bounce that loose, but it is done. It is out of the way. 6802 looks to put another piece on, and that one doesn't land as well. 2890 looking to free another piece of algae. So far, Red has done no algae up in their barge. Let's see if we can get co-opetition going. Blue is going straight to their own. 2106 with all the height in the world to just drop that pup right up on in there. There goes another level 3 on the red side and another piece of algae coming out. 2890 moving a little slow around the far side of that coral reef. It is difficult for the drivers to see what they're doing on that side. 6802 goes up and tries to hit that peg, and again, doesn't quite land it. They pick up another piece. 2106, they drop that in. This is a 90-67. Red is starting to pull away. Red is starting to run out of level 4 pegs, and there's a bunch of pesky algae in their way. Right now, Robodiators and Cavaliers are just sort of avoiding it. There you go. Robodiators clears a few more pegs. They got some level 3s to go with. You need 5 on each level unless you do co-opetition. So I see 5 on 4 and 3. I don't see it on level 2, and I don't see it on level 1, but boy, they are filling up level 2 very quickly now. That's your sonar ping. That means we are in endgame. 2106 and 6802 pushing their way in. There's a piece of algae. 6802 wisely backs off, gets that out of the way. Here comes 2890. 2890 is struggling, as is 4638. We're seeing some robots not moving as you would expect. One robot afloat on the blue, 2 robots afloat on the blue side. That's a bunch of points right there. 2890 was not able to get into that space. So at the end of the match, it's 115-93. Yes. All right, we have a final score. Red grabs one. That's a whole lot closer than any of us thought it was going to be. So red picks up 4 ranking points. Boy, would that have been a swing if it had gone the other way. Blue picks up 2. 24 points on the barge. Sure didn't do blue anything bad at all. That was nice work at the end of that round.
All right, let's introduce the teams. We have 2363.
Triple Helix Robotics from Newport News.
Their Alliance team members number 8726.
Crypto Hawks from Urbana.
And their Alliance team number 1418.
Ve Victus from Falls Church.
And over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 614.
Nighthawks from Alexandria.
Their Alliance team numbers 3793.
Cyber Titans from Frederick.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance, we have 5804.
Torch from Richmond. Good teams on this one.
Right, gates are closed. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they are off to the races. A fitting statement considering where we are. We've got 1 up on level 3 on both sides. We've got 2 up on level 3. That is 5804 Torch. All right, so ranking point on all sides on that one. Already picked one up, 2363, grabbing onto that first piece of algae, getting out of the way. Wow, and 8726 does the same. Crypto Hawks and Triple Helix are going to clean things up pretty quickly. Oh, my goodness, and Ve Victus scrapes one off on the way by as well. They got a piece stuck, but it's gone. So a Cyber Titans thrower doesn't quite land it in the barge. We need to solve this algae problem. Let's get them off the field. Goodness knows they get robots up on top of them. Oh, and I say that as 87-26 manages to beach herself up onto that algae. Beware of shallow water. 23-63 looking to tune in a piece. 14-18 Vevictus going back. 87-26 for the moment is out of the picture. 58-04 dropping another level 3. There's some good bots on the field right now, and we're seeing some point scoring going on. 58-04 has to kind of shove its way in so they can get doubles. 37-93 also getting their piece. They're going up. You got one going for level 2, one going for level 4. Remember, if you can get 5 pieces on each level, that's another ranking point that you wouldn't get otherwise. If both sides put 2 pieces of algae up in that barge, you only have to get 5 pieces on 3 of those levels. There are 2 pieces up on the red side, none on the blue. Vevictus tuning up another place. They're looking to drop in. They hit level 3 this time. They can do level 4, but they're doing level 3 along with 87-26, their teammate. That's Crypto Hawks. They have broken themselves loose. They may be looking for that ranking point. Blue has almost crowned their coral reef with every piece. They are now going for the pieces underneath, but they still have algae in the way, so they're having to pick and choose a little bit. There goes another piece for 37-93, Cyber Titans, and they're grabbing another. 7 seconds remain in this match. 58-04 is up. 23, oh my golly, all 3 on the red side were in the neighborhood. I believe 87-26 might be up. The referee decides that. The thing I'll tell you is there's something dangling on the field in the red barge area. So that's not a sure deal yet. If you have one robot floating and at least one other robot underneath your barge at the end of the round, that is another ranking point. It's also 14 points, which doesn't hurt you pick up the win. So it is very valuable for these bots to hang from these low cages, the ones on the longer chain, because that's worth 12 points, and you need 14 in order to grab that ranking point. All right, let's have a look. That's blue. A very, very nice 139 score to 99. Blue will pick up 5 ranking points, including for that float at the end underneath the barge. And both sides pick up the autonomous. We have not yet had a 6 ranking point alliance. We've had people come close. And here at Districts, it wouldn't surprise me to see it a little more. But it has not happened yet.
All right. So we've run a couple of matches here. And on great news, we're not seeing issues that we were seeing before. Trip times are looking really good. To give everybody an idea of what we believe may have been a causing factor, in the pit, we actually located a cable, one of the pit power strips, that had a missing ground plug. With that, it caused a buildup of latent voltage that was ultimately these master electricians from all these different teams came in clutch and really saved the day on this kind of stuff. I really want to give a shout out to John from Junkyard Dogs 2106 and all the other master electricians and everyone else who came out and helped with that. That looks like is what was causing the issue. We're going to continue to monitor and continue to keep an eye on it. And if we start to see issues again, we will absolutely let you all know. If you notice issues in your pit with power or something along those lines, please come and let us know so we can try to fix it quickly. But we're going to go ahead and get these teams introduced.
And to kick us off with this introductions, we have Team 1727.
Rex from Timonium.
They're slithering right here into this field. We have 401.
Copperhead Robotics from Christiansburg, Virginia.
I hope I don't get stung. We have 8036.
The Robobees from Hollywood, Maryland.
This other alliance here for the blue side is out of this world. A team 977.
Comet Bots from South Boston, Virginia.
And their alliance members 1885.
Comet Robotics from Haymarket.
And rounding out the blue alliance, we have team 539.
Titan Robotics from Richmond. Just a point of order here. There's a reposting of the last qualification score. We're going to show you the score for qualification number 4 again. One piece of algae was missed on the scoring unit. Blue is still the winner. The score is now 145 to 99. So if you're on the Blue Alliance looking at the scores, you're going to see this, not the scores that we originally showed. You still have 5 ranking points for Blue, 1 for Red. So not much change, but we just want to make sure we got everything on the up and up. Everybody's getting the credit they deserve. You will notice the handshake between the Blue and the Red. That's an indication that co-opetition did happen. They had 2 pieces of algae on each side.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, here we go. And I'll tell you what, this Red Alliance could potentially be something that you'll see in the playoffs on Sunday. There are some very good teams here. Rex gets a piece up and on down on level 2, starts breaking loose algae. They break loose a piece 836. That's the Bees. Didn't hit their mark. 401 Copperhead Robotics. They've got 2. They're going for a piece of algae with that big old grabber designed to exactly fit that piece of algae. 836 with their patented under-the-shoulder kind of drop motion gets another piece up on level 4. And Red has already opened up a 2-1 lead. That is RoboBees not quite hitting their marks. That's what happens on a new field for your first event. Rex misses as well. All right, so Blue still getting their marks, getting some pieces on. They're down on level 1. 539 is making sure of that. 1885, they're running algae. While 977 is going up on level 4. Algae going up 90 to 51. Red is still holding a lead, and it looks like they're starting to get all the little bits and pieces working together the way they're supposed to. Rex drops one on with authority. RoboBees get one on, and Copperhead is going in for another piece. Rex and Copperhead have to work together. They have to be very careful driving. This is not like a video game. These robots may not do exactly what you tell them to. They slide on the floor and other things. RoboBees shoots another piece on. Are they looking to get 5 on all 4 levels? Because let's be honest, Red has a ton of algae up in the barge. There goes another piece. Blue has none. The person dropping the pieces in, Rex, somehow managing to get pieces to stay in there in spite of all the algae in the world being up inside that barge. 28 seconds remain. Copperhead drops to level 4. Rex drops to level 2. And there is a bunch on level 1. I think Red may have landed a coral ranking point. Let's see what happens. Time to climb. Let's see who can get afloat before the end of this round. Blue is trying with 1. 977 is out. Oh, my golly. Red is floating like big dogs. Look at that. There is a whole raft of robots floating on the Red Alliance. If those all 3 are up, that adds 36 more points to 165. That would break us into the 200s for a high score for this match, perhaps in our district. And I tell you what, the guy processing the algae on the Blue Alliance side of the field, look at that piece he's got propped up in the corner. My goodness, he's sitting thinking to himself, I'm done. I'm never getting any better than this. I just peaked. Get a picture of that. That is the red human player. I believe he was wearing a Rex shirt. That is some soft hands right there. Field Reset has to back a truck up to get all of the algae off of that barge. And I don't want to discount what the Blue Alliance did. They're showing 130 points. Yeah. Anytime you're ready. Oh, thank you. Me too. That's the problem. I do this at home. I won't shut up. My downstairs neighbor's like, "Hey, is there anybody up there with you?" And it's just. All right, the Computron 3000 is struggling with this amount of points. Let's see if we have a winner. All right, then. We just broke into the 200s. Okay, so let me look on the board. This is a high score, not just for today. This is a high score for the entire district through this entire season. 205 points. There are no penalties. Even with offsetting penalties, the old record was 196. This is 205. Very nicely done. And you will notice all 6 ranking points. That's why that alliance is listed numbers 1, 2, and 3. Very nicely done. Blue Alliance scored 147 points, which is excellent as well. They just sort of got in front of a buzzsaw. Hopefully they'll do better on their next match.
Qualification match number 6. We got 6-11.
From Langley High School, the Saxons.
In the center for the Red Alliance, we have 4505.
McDonough Robotics from Owings Mills, Maryland.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, we have 5115.
Night Riders from Wheaton High School in Silver Spring, Maryland.
All right, for the Blue Alliance, we have team 422.
Mech Tech Dragons representing Maggie L. Walker Governor's School.
I think there's Simmons on this field. We have 5338.
ACL Robo Loco from the Academies of Loudon.
I think I'm getting a little hungry. We got 1086.
Blue Cheese from Deep Run High School in Glen Allen, Virginia. As we lock up the field, we'd like to congratulate 422's Sophia for being a district champion Dean's List semifinalist.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Is qualification match number 6 here at the first Chesapeake District Championship. All robots leaving. Lots of coral being scored here. Blue has 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 up on level 4. 4505 comes to place a coral up there in the auto period. Red Alliance only getting 1 up there. As a result, Blue Alliance takes the lead 40-21 as the student drivers take control of the robot. Blue Cheese working for the Blue Alliance, trying to place a level 4 coral up there. Unfortunately, it bounces off and onto the carpet. 611, the Saxons from Langley High School, grabbing coral from their coral station. They drop that one down, they grab a second, and they head over. Blue Alliance has 3 algae scored right now. Red Alliance not working on their algae, mainly concentrating on their coral. No defense in this particular match. Blue staying on their side, red staying on their side, doing their best to score as much as they can. With a minute and a half to go, 75-48, Blue has the lead. 53-38, ACL Robo Loco from the Academies of Loudon heading over to their coral station. They grab a coral and they place it. They're going on a level 1. Nope, correction 2. 1086, that's their robot Stingray going up high, placing a coral up there on level 4. In the tele-up period, these level 4 coral, there were 5 points. 422 is beached. We had a defensive robot come over here. They're trying to get themselves off. They're doing a little bit of a yoga pose here, bouncing their actuator up, and let's see that they can clear themselves. This will be cool to watch this. 422 desperately. 1086 comes over. That is a dangerous play. You are not allowed to have more than 1 defensive robot. 1086 deciding to risk the extra penalties there to come over and rescue their teammate that's over stuck on top of that algae. 108-77. Blue Alliance still has a big lead here. 4505 McDonough Robotics. They're going over their reef. 5115, they're trying to do a deep cage climb. 422, they are up. 1086, 2-1. That's the end of qualification match number 6. 422, Mech Tech Dragons, they're just swinging back and forth. 1086, they are parked. 422 will get 12 points for that deep cage climb. 1086 will get 2 points. 5115, the solo robot participating in the Red Alliance's endgame. That's the Night Riders from Wheaton High School. They receive 2 points. Our preliminary score is 115-83. We'll have the final score in just a second. Take a look at the big screen, because here's your score. Blue Alliance winning 129-85. Blue Alliance receives 3 ranking points for that win. They also received the ranking point for the auto period, and they received the ranking point for the barge. You require 14 points in the barge to get that barge ranking point. They got exactly 14 points.
All right, let's introduce qualification match number 7. We have 86-22.
From Crofton High School, the Cybirds.
It might be nutty. We have 68-63.
From Woodbine, Maryland, Squirrels.
We're already underwater, so let's give it up for 82-30.
From Arlington, Virginia, Koibots, driving the robot named Sailfish.
Let's bring ourselves over here to the Blue Alliance, starting off with 63-26.
Representing all Baltimore City public schools, Baltimore Bolts.
Their alliance partner, 1908.
The Eastern Shore of Virginia is here. Shorebots from Eastville, Virginia.
And two-time district winners. We have 1731.
Cresta Valley Robotics Club from Warrenton, Virginia. This season they won both at Glen Allen and Bethesda.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Here's qualification match number 7. Blue Alliance quickly placing Coral up there. That's 1. The second one, unfortunately, drops back down. It lands in a level 1 position, however. Red Alliance unable to score any Coral during the auto period. Blue Alliance should get that auto ranking point. 86-22. That's the Cybirds from Crofton High School. They're over at their loading station, while their alliance partner, 68-63, the Squirrels, they place Coral. 21-9 with 2 minutes to go. Blue Alliance has the lead. Red Alliance sends one robot over to play defense against the Blue Alliance. That's 82-30. The Koibots and the robot Sailfish. Sailfish coming over, trying to make it difficult for the Blue Alliance. Koibot's doing a 2 Coral Station defense instead of camping out at just 1. They're going back and forth between the 2. Right now, they're pestering Cresta Valley Robotics Club 1731. Cresta Valley goes over and grabs a Coral. Referee flagging something there. I'm not quite sure what that was. 37-27. Blue Alliance has the lead with 1:21 to go. 68-63. The Squirrels from Woodbine, Maryland, grabbing some Coral. They're coming around. Going for a lower position. Red Alliance not able to place Coral up high. These are shorter robots here on the Red Alliance. As a result, they're unable to get those 5-point Coral placements. They're all going low. That could be good later on if they want to get a Coral ranking point. Here come the Baltimore Bolts. They're going to play a little defense here on the Blue Alliance. 63-26. Now coming over. Running into the 68-63. Baltimore Bolts showing the defense that enabled them to win their last district event. They're a tough defender. Looks like they may have gone to defense. Their robot may be broken. Something looks a little askew there in their intake mechanism. 68-63. Squirrels from Woodbine, Maryland, placing Coral on that level 3 position. That sound indicates we're in in-game. 20 seconds ago. 1908 for the Blue Alliance. Shorebots, they're courting that deep cage there. Red Alliance has one robot over here. And this match ends in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Red Alliance has 3 robots parked at 2 points each. Looks like the Blue Alliance, I see 2 robots swinging back and forth. Very good chance that they have 2 robots hanging off of a deep cage. As long as they're not touching another robot and they're not touching the carpet, that's 12 points each. Here's your score. Blue Alliance winning. They get 3 ranking points for that win. 107-60. Red Alliance 43 Coral, but the Blue Alliance 67 points in Coral. But look at the barge points there. Blue Alliance 26 points. Well done. Easily getting that barge ranking point. Blue Alliance getting 4 ranking points. 3 for the win, 1 for barge. Red Alliance receiving 0 ranking points. Qualification match number 8 is next. Earlier because I want to do some shout outs for like Woody Flowers, like you and
Let's meet the teams in qualification match number 8 here on the Red Alliance. Make some noise for 620.
Warbots. Shout out to Michael Combs, who's a Woody Flowers finalist.
Rebranded in bright purple, it's 3136.
Orca, official robotics constructors of Ashland from Patrick Henry High School.
And right next door, all the way from the far reaches of Maryland, 1629.
Representing Northern Garrett and Southern Garrett High Schools, GACO.
That is the Red Alliance for qualification match number 8. Let's meet the Blue Alliance, also in blue, it's 346.
Robo Hawks from Lloyd C. Bird High School.
Right next door, 3748.
Ragnarok Robotics from Mount Hebron High School in Ellicott City, Maryland.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, it's 6213.
Team Quantum from Prince George County.
That is the Blue Alliance for qualification match number 8.
For 6213, Clinton Austin is one of our Woody Flowers finalist nominees from the Bethesda event.
You will be happy to know that communications with the robots is humming along. All the robots are connected. Last minute preparations to seal up the field.
As we wait to start this match, take a look at the Blue Alliance. 6213 is lined up with 3748. I'm wondering if we're going to have a tush push here at the very beginning of this match.
Qualification match number 8. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Is qualification match number 8. Sure enough, we get a tush push there. 6213. They get pushed by 3748. Looks like they made it past. Blue Alliance has to score a coral during this auto to make that an effective technique. Unfortunately, 3748, they take their coral and they drop it right in the middle of their alliance partner, 6213. And I believe they shut them down, too. That coral bouncing in the middle of their robot. I see 0 lights on inside of their robot. That coral bashing into their electronics and possibly disconnecting something. We have 2 blue robots against 3 3 red robots. Lots of algae being scored here. Do we have competition? We do. Let's see, we have competition on the red side. Blue has yet to completely reciprocate. 70 to 23. Red Line's taking a big lead with a minute and a half to go. 16-29 coming over and scoring in this auto period. I didn't watch there. 16-29 is very, very good at their auto. They typically can get 3 coral during auto. 620 Warbots, their robot Dory now. They have a coral. They're going down low. They drop it. Oh, no, it drops back down on the carpet. That will not score. About 1 minute to go, 92 to 34. Red has a big lead here. 62-13. Stationary out there. 2 blue robots working. 346 now trying to extract that algae out of the reef. Having a little bit of difficulty. They're reaching over top of it, and they're just kind of pushing it back in. Here comes the Warbots for the Red Alliance. 620. They have coral. They're going low. They need to line up a little bit. Up. They're misaligned, and they shoot it down onto the carpet. That will count for nothing. 1629 Gecko. They have some coral. They're scurrying around in an open spot. So many filled spots here. Having a hard time. There you go. Boom. Nice job. Each of these level 4 coral worth 5 points. 1629 now decided to, no, 3136 going for the climb here. They have a big plexiglass alignment system here. They're grabbing that cage. While 3748 Ragnarok Robotics getting ready to climb on a deep cage. This match ends in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Not enough time for really anybody to climb. 3136 and 1629. They're both on the carpet, so they are parked. 2 points each. 3748 Ragnarok Robotics from Ellicott City, Maryland. They are parked also. Our FDA coming over and checking out 346 RoboHawks from Lloyd Seabird High School on the Blue Alliance. Unfortunately, 62-13, Team Quantum out for the entire match. They were disabled with that coral being dropped into the middle of their robot. Hopefully they can fix that soon. And here's your score for qualification match number 8. Red Alliance winning 143 to 55. Red Alliance receiving 5 ranking points. They got 3 for the win, 1 for the auto. And I missed it. They got the coral ranking point? Oh my goodness. The game announcer is asleep over here. I didn't see the coral ranking point. Well done, Red Alliance.
We will play 108 qualification matches. That means we only have 100 to go. Let's meet qualification match number 9 here on the Red Alliance 3373.
From the Highland School, Team RoboHawk.
Right next door, it's 3559.
Royal Robotics from Portsmouth, Virginia.
Rounding out the Red Alliance, 2186.
Dogs of Steel from Westfield High School in Chantilly, Virginia.
That is the Red Alliance. If you're a fan of the Blue Alliance, let's meet some teams. Right here, it's Team 449.
The Blair Robot Project. Hey, they have a Woody Flowers Finals nominee. Who is it? It's Daniel Flagdad Peterson.
Right next door, it's 8592.
Newton Squared from Fairfax, Virginia.
I'm not sure I need your help. Who's here? I said, who's here? It's 339.
Kilroy Robotics from Stafford, Virginia. They have a Woody Flowers Finals nominee also, Robert Brown.
Qualification match number 9. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 9 starts 339. Kilroy Robotics not moving. Oh, there they go. A little delayed reaction there by Kilroy. Their alliance partner scoring. Blue Alliance has 2 coral up there. Red Alliance has at least 1. Both of these alliances should get that auto ranking point. 2186 Dogs of Steel. They're back there in the back. Where they're going? They're going to go play defense. They're going to go get some coral. We'll see. 3373. That's Team RoboHawk coming over here for the Red Alliance. Slowly approaching that level 4 coral. While 3359 Royal Robotics from Portsmouth, Virginia. They're cleaning up the algae that's stuck inside of their reef. Look at the Blue Alliance. Their human player is just stuffing coral after coral after coral down there. That means they probably have a robot that can do carpet pickup. Sure enough, 449 Blair Robot Project, the robot named Lobster, grabbing coral. 8592 Newton Squared from Fairfax, Virginia. They're going up high. They're an algae bot. Up. They place that algae up there, and it bounces, unfortunately, over on the red side of the field. That will not score, but it will be an obstacle for the Red Alliance. About 1 minute to go, 67-49. Blue has the lead. There is so much coral and algae on the Blue Alliance side that I don't even think they can drive through all of that. Red Alliance, their field, much more tidy. 3359, they're coming over here. They may be on top of a coral or something like that. They tried to place an algae up there. Nope, they dropped back down. Not sure what that was. Maybe they may have like a little tilt mechanism in their drive to be able to grab or place the algae. Let's pay attention to 3359 as they do this algae. They're coming over. They position themselves. What are they going to do here? Nope, they just try to place it up there. 25 seconds to go, 91-59. Blue Alliance has the lead. 339 for the Blue Alliance, now playing defense against the Red Alliance. Red Alliance has 2 robots in the end game here. Nobody from the Blue Alliance going yet. Here comes 449. They're going to try it. 4, 3, 2, 1. 85-92, Newton squared from Fairfax, Virginia. There's a swinging back and forth. That's 12 points worth of swing in there. 449 and 339 for the Blue Alliance. Looks like they are part. Red Alliance has what appears to be one robot has climbed on top of a deep cage. That's 3373 Team Robohawk. 2186 Dogs of Steel. Looks like they tried. They're angled. It looks like two of their wheels are off the ground over here, but I can't see the other set. They may have been touching. We'll see when we see the final score here. And speaking of scores, here's the score. Blue Alliance winning 111-80. Clean match, no penalties. Blue Alliance received 5 ranking points out of that win. 3 for the win, 1 for the barge, 1 for the auto. Red Alliance, as predicted, they received the auto, but they also received the barge ranking point. Both alliances received 16 barge points. If you get 14 or more, you get that ranking point. Qualification match number 10 is next.
It's time to see who's in qualification match number 10. We will wait for just a moment and be right back with you. Now it's time to meet the teams on qualification match number 10. They're always in orange, but not this year. It's 614.
In their 25th season, Nighthawks from Hayfield Secondary School.
All right, the next team in orange, it's 9072.
Tiger Bots from Chesapeake Science Point in Hanover, Maryland.
In their trademark black and white, it's 686.
Bovine Intervention driving the robot Shamu.
Moo. Those are the teams on the Red Alliance. Let's meet some teams on the Blue Alliance. Right here in first station, it's 1111.
From South River Senior High School, Power Hawks Robotics.
They are mean. It's 6802.
Mean Caymans from Cedar Bluff, Virginia.
And right next door, it's 1895.
Lambda Corps from Osborne High School in Manassas, Virginia, driving their robot Flick, forklift certified.
Those are the teams on the Blue Alliance for qualification match number 10. In
this match, we have 3 nominees for the Woody Flowers Finals nominee. Ronnie Ashley from 1111, Jacob Carroll from 9072, and Joey Kearns from 614. Good luck to all of you.
Qualification match number 10. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Is qualification match number 10 here in the district championship. You notice 11-11 Powerhawks Robotics has not moved. That's because they are bypassed. Unfortunately, they were not able to resolve their technical issues, and we've decided to bypass them and have 2 blue robots compete against 3 red robots. Two minutes ago, 27-19, Red Alliance has the lead. 90-72, that's a new technique that they've picked up since the last district event. Before, they were not able to pinch that algae. Now they can. 686, likewise, they are able to grab that algae. Red Alliance scoring directly into the barge. 90-72, they can do an off-the-carpet pickup. They're showing exactly how they do that by just grabbing all this algae or coral that's on the carpet. 1895 for the Blue Alliance. They're grabbing coral and placing it on the Blue Alliance reef. Their alliance partner trying to place coral, but unfortunately drops back down on the carpet. 64-38 with a minute 10 seconds to go. Red Alliance has the lead. Here comes 1895 Lambda Core going up high. It's interesting, their mechanism is just high enough to kind of angle that coral up and over. Watch this. They kind of put it right on top and then they just squeeze it right on there. 94-57, 41 seconds ago. Red Alliance has the lead. Tiger Boss grabbing coral off of the carpet, heading over. Red Alliance has completed 2 of the 4 levels required for that coral ranking point. Now they have 3. Red Alliance very close to getting that 1 coral ranking point. They need either cooperation or another level. 12 seconds to go, 102-62. Red has the lead. Red Alliance has 3 robots going up. 90-72 going up kind of sideways. Not sure what's going on there. 614 still working on that coral in the reef. Red Alliance very close to getting that coral ranking point. If you look at the scoreboard there, it says 3/4. That means they were able to complete 3 of the 4 required levels on the reef to get that ranking point. In the end game, 1895, they have completed a shallow cage climb. That's not worth as much as a deep cage climb, but it's still worth points. 6802 Mean Caimans, they have parked. 2 of the red robots have parked. you. Thank you.
So in the man, we need to add a major to blue for a total of 2. And add a major to red for a total of 1. And ready to post.
Take a look at the scoreboard because here's your score for qualification match number 10. Winning the match, the Red Alliance. They received 3 ranking points for the win. Score of 122 to 82. So the Blue Alliance, they received the auto ranking point. Red received 3 for the win. They received 1 for the auto. But look at that. They received the barge ranking point, but they only scored 4 barge points. How could that be? That's because the Blue Alliance caused a G418 violation during that match. Opponents' cages are off limits in teleop, and teleop, a robot, may not contact an opponent's cage. As a result, that's a foul, and because this is a qualification match, they receive the barge ranking point. Qualification match number 11 is next.
What are you asking for?
Let's meet the teams on qualification match number 11. My first flag of the day. Hooray, hooray! It's 539.
Titan Robotics from Richmond.
Right next door, it's 4541.
Cavaliers out of Severn.
Right next to them, also in black, is 5804.
That's Torch, also out of Richmond, Virginia.
Those are the teams on the Red Alliance. Let's meet the Blue Alliance right here to start off. It's 8726.
Crypto Hawks from Urbana, Maryland.
Another Cavalier team, it's 8590.
Cavbotics from Fairfax, Virginia.
And right next door, with their t-shirts matching the algae, it's 1885.
Comet Robotics from Haymarket.
That is the Blue Alliance for qualification match number 11. If there are any fans of the Red Alliance, make your presence known. Red Alliance. Any fans of the Blue Alliance, make some noise for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance. And Blue Alliance. It is a well-known fact, the louder you cheer, the better your robot does on the field. We're going to test that out right now. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Cavs and Titans were like nestled up right next to each other. I was a little concerned they were going to do some bumping and banging, but both land a level 4. Red comes off to a very nice start. Blue goes down to level 2 and level 3. Now, that level 3 is up against a piece of algae, so whoever's going to free that algae is going to have a little bit of a trick to pull off. Don't want to take the coral off if you're getting rid of that algae. 5-3-9 breaking a piece loose. That's Titan on the red side. It's giving them a little more trouble than they had hoped. 45-41 and 58-04 both drop up level 4, and red has taken open a bit of a lead. They're also picking stuff. The reef is the algae is starting to be finished up by 1885, and the Cavalier human player putting those pieces up, making sure he scores those 4 points. If you miss that reef, the other team gets a 6-pointer for the algae. That one almost bounces out, but it stays in, and that's what matters. 85-90, teetering and tottering as it's going in a hurry to try and slow down the Cavaliers. They've already dropped one piece out onto the field, and now they're bumping and banging with 2 Reds. Reds should be scoring points down this end, but they're having a whole lot of fun vying, bucking, and banging with 85-90. That is Cavbotics. Cavbotics may be broken. That might be why they're down there. 5-3-9 is slowly working their way in, getting themselves wired up, getting themselves set up. Level 3 seems to be favored on the blue side. So we have a tied match with 49 seconds remaining, and blue has done it almost all on level 3. Red is up on level 4. I don't see co-opetition yet. Both of these teams, or both of these alliances, could use a little co-opetition. And more algae goes up in the red side of the barge. 87-26 kind of stretching their legs out in the middle. All of blue is back on blue. 85-49 comes back in. 85-49 appears to be a little top heavy. They're wiggling and waggling. Haven't gone over yet. Cavaliers finally miss one after all of those pieces. It gets harder as each piece gets up in there. 5 seconds remain, and this is a 1-point match. Just getting in the end zone might make the difference. Very close. Nobody got a float. I believe 2 red and 2 blue are in the end zone. The score is 128-123. One penalty could call this match. One miscounted piece could call this match. Plenty of algae on the red side. 2 pieces on the blue side. Somebody's going to have to come around on the red side of the field. There's a bunch of pieces on the floor. They might want those back. See how hard 5804, that's Torch. One of their guys pushing to get that piece back up into place. There goes that Lexan shield. I'd be willing to bet, yep, they want that back. Those Lexan shields don't just, it's not just about delivery, showing who their sponsors are and the like. Those actually provide protection for the insides of their robots. Those cages in the middle weigh 17 pounds each.
pounds.
All right, let's bring up the score on this very close match. My golly, Red wins that one. 127 to 132. That hurts with those penalty points. I will also mention, you will notice that blue got the climb at the end. That is because there was a G418 error assessed against their opponent. And opponent's cages are off limits in teleop. In teleop, a robot may not contact an opponent's cage. The result is that you get a major foul, that's 6 points, and you get a climb.
Qualification match number 12, right here on the Red Alliance. We've got 2106.
The Junkyard Dogs from Goochland.
The Chevrolet Knights 5115.
Night Riders from Silver Spring.
And right next door, the mighty 1418.
Bay Victus from Falls Church, Virginia. With their robot they have named Sauron.
That is the Red Alliance for qualification match number 12. On the Blue Alliance, make some noise for 2890.
The Hawk Collective from Chesapeake.
Right next door, it's 977.
Comet Bots from South Boston, Virginia.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, it is 122.
That is NASA Knights from Hampton.
Qualification match number 12 is just about to begin. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Wow. Both sides. Everybody just kind of mad rushes one of the edges of that hexagonal shaped coral reef, and pieces go up. Couple of level 3s make that level 4s on the red side, 2 level 4s on the right, or on the blue, with a piece hanging down in the middle. That may end up level 1 if things shake out. 14-18 puts one up but doesn't quite land it. That's Vay Victus, who has done very well this season. Don't expect too many mistakes from them. And 977 comes barging on down through. She's going marauding, see if she can hold things down. Note the captain's hat. That is somebody who knows how to drive a robot. Getting down in the way, hitting 51-15. At your loading station, you do not have any protection. When you are placing a piece of coral on the coral reef, that red line or the blue line on the Blue Alliance side is a safety zone. If a robot from the other side hits you, that's a major penalty, and that's going to cost you. So 977 is working the loading stations where they can be a little bit more rough with what they're doing. 59:43 with about a minute 10 left. Still plenty of time. 21:06 puts another piece up. That's Junkyard Dogs, who have been in the hunt this whole season. Up goes 21:06. Junkyard Dogs with a piece of algae as well. They're going in both directions. Meanwhile, 122, NASA Knights looks to put another crown up on that level 4 coral height. There, 977 laying it in on 21:06. You can see the hands of 21:06, their drivers. He's looking over. I'm not sure what he's doing. 122 still putting up another piece on blue. 76-61. Now to 76-66. 23 seconds remain. There's the sonar ping. 122 going up with another piece. NASA Knights, they are catching up, but red keeps pushing away. They keep that numbers rolling. Here go the lifts. Let's see who can surface. I see 2 on the blue side. I see 2 on the red. It looks to me like 51-15 might have stuck a toe in. That's a lot of points for both sides. 9-point match at the end. Plenty of floating robots. All right. 85-76 becomes it becomes a red win. That's what it becomes. 115-100. 6 penalty points on blue. So red picks up 5 ranking points. Both sides doing exceptionally well on the barge at the end game, 26 and 24 points. Blue still picks up 2 ranking points. They get their autonomous ranking point and the barge at the end. So they're in the middle of the pack. Red moves solidly up for all 3 members of that alliance.
Let's get going with qualification match number 13. We've met some teams. It's time to meet some robots. With their robot Argo, it's 3793.
Cyber Titans from Frederick.
With their robot USS Rivets, make some noise for 5338.
ACL Robo Loco.
And with their robot Hydrus, make some noise for 401.
Copperhead Robotics out of Christiansburg, Virginia.
Those are the robots on the Red Alliance for qualification match number 13. Let's meet the robots on the Blue Alliance. With Spark Surfer at 6326.
The Baltimore Bolts from Charm City.
With Back in Plaid, it's 2534.
Lumberjack Robotics, also out of Baltimore.
With their robot Alvin, chittered up for 6863.
Squirrels from Woodbine.
Those are the teams on the Blue Alliance for qualification match number 13 out of 108. We will be playing until qualification match number 38 this evening and come back tomorrow and start match 39 at 9:30 in the morning right after opening ceremonies. We will be replaying match number 1 tomorrow morning. It takes a lot of people to put on an event like this. So while we're at it, let's give a big round of applause to all of our volunteers. Thank you, volunteers, for helping us set up this playground for the teams to play on. If you have time at future events, please consider volunteering. Support the effort of our community. It's also rewarding. You get to meet a lot of good people, and most of the time we get fed very, very well. So many incentives to volunteer at events. So I'd like to call out the unsung heroes of these events, the people who make things flow smoothly, the cuers who help the teams get to the field on time. Make some noise for all of our hardworking cuers. Thank you, cuers. They are the invisible lubricant that keeps things moving. Another hardworking crew is our CSAs and FTAs that keep the field moving, keep the communications up, and give us this wonderful playground to play on. So make some noise for our CSAs and FTAs. Thank you. Last minute preparations for qualification match number 13. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, red jumps quick. Blue's a little bit more slower, a little bit more methodical. They drop a piece up, that's 68-63, but I don't think that one is going to count. It has to be down in that tray. Luckily, Lumberjack Robotics picked up and whoop, caught their driver's station just a little bit off guard. Look at the beard on that guy. Has anybody ID'd him? Seriously. 53-58 ACL Robo Loco getting the job done, dropping in with their partner Copperhead. They're looking at level 4 and doing a good job on it too. In goes a piece of algae. Let's see what we can do. We've got one on the red. We've got one on the blue. Cooperation makes it a whole lot easier for all 6 of these robots to get an extra ranking point. And in the preliminaries, ranking points pay the bills. Copperhead picks up another piece. They're going for level 3. They have 5 on level 4 already. Now they're putting on level 3, 3793. Cyber Titans drops another one down on level 2. We have 2 pieces of of algae on both sides of the barge. So that is cooperation. You need to get 5 pieces on each of 3 layers now, not on each of 4. That's another quick pickup point. And 1 more point can do you an awful lot of good. Red is looking in good shape. Blue has 5 on the top row, has at least 3 on level 3, and has 2 on level 2. Level 1 will need to come into this picture as well, but they only need 3 of the 4. 71 to 110. Red is starting to stretch out a bit of a lead. 45 seconds remain, but blue could pick up another ranking point, and in goes another piece of algae, which will score them a few more points. Can't quite get that to close. That is 63-26. Can't quite drop that in place. That's the bolts. Just a big old mess, and now red is going back up to level 4. Let's go for points. They have that ranking point locked up. At least they think they do. Now they're looking to score some points. Blue is at 89. Red is at 140. 10 seconds remain. End game is coming up. Copperhead. Who knew that Copperheads could swim? But there it is. 37.93 is in with them. That counts 14 points for the end game, and that's what you need for that ranking point. So potentially, Red Alliance may have run the table on ranking points for this match. 143 to 96. You never do know what happens in the end game or if there's a penalization. But Red has set themselves up very nicely to move their way up the ranks. I will mention right now it's early. Copperhead's at 2. This is the ranking. Cyber Titans is at 4. Robo Loco, a mere 14, which of course is excellent. That is quite an alliance. I'm getting a thumbs up. Let's see what a final score and the final ranking points turn out to be. Yeah, Red takes that win. Let's see if we can count to 6. Yes, we can. So Copperhead, Robo Loco, and Cyber Titans are now positioned 3, 4, and 5. Copperhead is doing so well that they actually bumped down a slot to number 3. Still a great position. 68-63, the Squirrels bump up a little bit. But it's still a long, long way from the finish. It's only Friday.
Let's meet the teams. Qualification match number 14. With their robot sailfish and a wonderful flag to wave, it's 82-30.
Koi-Bots from Arlington, Virginia.
Right next door from the end of the world with their robot Trinity, it's 37-48.
Ragnarok Robotics from Ellicott City.
And I need everyone's attention, everyone's help. We get to welcome some rookies to the field. Here at D-Champs, it's 10-2-2-4.
Mav Mechanics from Henrico, Virginia.
With their robot Titan. Give it up one more time for the rookies, 10-2-2-4. Here on the Blue Alliance with their robot, Manuk and Nuke, it's the Cyber 8622.
That's the Cyburbs from Gambrels, Maryland.
With their robot, Mr. Chuck, make some noise for 346.
Robohawks from down south in Richmond.
Rounding out the Blue Alliance with their robot, Geyser, it's 4638.
Jagbots from Germantown.
Those are the teams on the Blue Alliance. Of course, they prefer to be called 4638. Qualification match number 14. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Everybody's Blue Alliance goes big to start. They've got a level 1 and a level 4 already. 346 is just hanging on the edge, but can't drop it home. That hurts a little bit. And their follow-ups don't do so well either. 3748. Ragnarok places a level 2. So we're 24 to 26, pretty much a dead heat coming out of autonomous. Drivers step up and start driving. You can see 8230's drivers, they're right up against the glass looking what's going on as that robot is loading up at the loading station. Visibility is always a challenge, even when it's right next to you. Sometimes it can be a little difficult. Having a player up higher, either because they're tall or because they're on a stool, can be useful. 3748 looking to get in. They've got a piece in the middle of them. That piece is not where it belongs, and that could ruin their day. 8230. They're a ground grabber, Koi bots. They're picking up off the ground and they're dropping another in. So that loading station guy for them, he's just dropping pieces down. They pick up off the ground, he's getting some pieces in. It's kind of hard to play defense on somebody that can pick up from anywhere on the field. 57-45, Blue is favored with 1:10 remaining. And Koi bots have come downtown to mess with Blue. Their first target, the Cybirds, trying to keep business going. They've got themselves a piece, and now they're going up. They're getting themselves set up on the far side. Keep in mind, hard for them to see. That entire base is between them and their robot. They have to put that elevator up and read where it is. Returning the favor, Robohawks have come down, and now they're playing against Red. 10-2-2-4 takes a little bit of a beating, ends up going up high. That piece eases on out. Gravity does the rest of the work. It bends and drops right onto that level 4 peg. 71-69, 30 seconds remaining. 37-48. They're going early. That's Ragnarok. They want that surface, and they are up off the ground. 8230 bucking and banging around. Somebody from the Red Alliance is going to get in there. They do. On the blue side, two teams get into the zone. Neither of them are floating. So this gives Red an advantage. They've got a 5-point advantage as this round comes to an end. And they have two robots floating on the top. Those are 12 points apiece. That's a nice little thing to have in your back pocket going into the end of the game. All right, so go ahead and put your eyes on the scoreboard. This is going to be the current score for match 14. Notice that I said current score for match 14. There was a technical error. Match 14 is going to be replayed. So these scores are great, but match 14 is going to be replayed. So right now we have match number 1 will be replayed and match number 14 will be replayed. They want to make sure they drop those into a schedule in a reasonable way. They're still working on that. We don't know when that's going to happen yet. But this score is going to be overwritten by when 14 gets played the second time.
All right, really quick, the reason we're going to have to replay that last match, there is something called an SCC that's located behind the driver stations. It's a critical piece of infrastructure that allows us to play these games. What happened was a robot had struck the driver station wall so hard that it actually knocked over the SCC. During that time, an Ethernet cable was missing a clip that secures it to the SCC. Because of this fault, it caused the Ethernet that provides the actual communication between FMS and the SCC to then break, and that caused us to lose the entire alliance for the remainder of approximately 20 seconds from what I saw. That is why we're going to have to replay that match because of that error. The cable's since been replaced, so we hopefully shouldn't see that issue again. It's bumpy today. So we're getting through it one step at a time. I thank y'all.
All right, so just in case we are not challenging you enough, we're going to show you the revised score for qualification match number 13. We just did 14. This is the score for 13, which is going to change. There was a missed piece of algae in the scoring system. 157 to 104. What is going to change is if you look at the ranking points. So the ranking points did change because of a piece of coral that was overlooked. You'll notice that cooperation is in play in this, and that allowed that extra ranking point to go up onto the board. So this is 13. We just did 14, and we're going to redo 14. Now we go to 15. Yeah, I'm ready to go.
All right, kicking off our next match for the Red Alliance, we have 1731.
Cresta Valley Robotics Club.
Who's that? 339.
That's Kilroy Robotics.
And rounding off our Red Alliance, we have team 888.
Robodiators.
And we're coming over to the Blue Alliance. We have team 540.
That's Talon 540 Godwin Robotics.
And their alliance member 2363.
Triple Helix Robotics.
They're not witches, but it's 449.
The Blair Robot Project.
All right, drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, 888 and 1731 kind of go up like twins. 1731 hangs up, though. Didn't quite hit their mark. 888 hit their mark twice. And their partner, 339, aiming for level 4, picks up a level 1. Ain't nothing wrong with a level 1, especially if you need to get them for that ranking point for your coral. Blue coming up. 33 to 28. That was actually pretty doggone close for the autonomous. Drivers are now going crazy. 1731 is a very fast bot and just eases that piece of coral onto level 4. Watch this motion as they drop that up and on. It just whoop drops in. Gravities ain't doing nothing. They have positive control the entire time that they're putting that piece down on. 449 is now hitting level 3. Their partner 2363 is going after level 4, and out comes that pesky algae, which is going to be a mess and get in the way of things. 449, in spite of being able to go up high, has a remarkably low robot shape when she's all tucked in. She's quick. She picks up off the ground. She's got a piece on top of her that she has to shake off, but now she's ready to go grab another piece. Red starting to fill up level 4 where the big points are. They will have to move on down, and there is algae that could be in the way. 84 to 51. Red currently has the lead. A shade over a minute left. 1731. Fresta Valley goes to put that piece up, but fumbles it a little bit. They go and grab onto another piece. They load at the station. Get that angle right, and in she goes. Blue still giving them a run. 88 to 60. Blue still putting pieces up. That is 449 Blair Robot getting that work done. And 339 Kilroy Robotics down in the Blue Alliance had a significant pause. Didn't seem to be in a position to get good work done. 540 taking a banging on 888, giving them the business. 888 gets around the corner, gets into that zone of safety. 540 wisely lets go. Goes after 1731 Fresta instead. That's your 20-second mark. Teams heading for the end. Not 888 and not Fresta, who can't break loose. 540 boxing them up down in that Red Alliance zone. Not a lot of action going on down in the end zone. Red finally gets some people in, but nobody gets off the ground. They pushed their luck on both sides, staying down in their zones to pick up more points, and frankly, 540 was doing enough interference down in the Red Alliance section that they could not shake themselves free. So Red with a sizable lead as the time runs out. But this is about ranking points. And you get a ranking point by getting airborne by floating at the end of the match. Neither side managed to do that. Let's see what the totals turn out. Red picks up that win. And Red picks up 4 ranking points. Now, in the first 15 matches, you've seen 5s and 6s pretty consistently. So 339 actually goes down to 17. 1731 and 888 are working their way up. In the districts, you really need to be picking up those ranking points, and sometimes that can be a real challenge. All right, so some clarification on scheduling. So if you are in either match 1 or 14, all right, you really want to listen up because this piece of paper right here tells you when you're going to be playing. First of all, this evening, we are going until 6:45 p.m. this evening. That's when things will stop. Tomorrow morning, we will start with the rerun of qualification number 1, followed by the rerun of qualification number 14. And then we will pick up where we left off otherwise, and we will go from there.
All right, kicking off match number qualification 16, we have 620.
Warbots from Madison Robotics, Indiana, Virginia.
Their alliance team members 4505.
From Owings Mills, Maryland, McDonough Robotics.
And rounding off the Red Alliance, we have team 836.
The Robo Bees from Hollywood, Maryland.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 3136.
From Patrick Henry High School, Orca. Orca, Orca, Orca.
Their alliance team member 611.
Saxons from Langley High School in McLean, Virginia.
Rounding off the Blue Alliance, we have team 3373.
Team RoboHawk from the Highland School in Warrenton, Virginia. More shout outs to our Woody Flowers finalist nominees. On 836, Carson was nominated.
Green means go. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Is qualification match number 16 here at the Chesapeake District Championship. All the robots move forward. Both alliances were able to score coral and the auto period. They both get the ranking point. Blue Alliance doing a much better job with placing the coral there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 coral placed on level 4. That's 7 points each. As a result, Blue takes a big lead, 49-21, as the student drivers take control of the robot. 836 grabbing algae out of the reef there and placing it directly into the barge. For the Blue Alliance, 611, that's the Saxons. They're going up high, placing a coral up on level 4. That's 5 points. 31-36, they just kind of throw a coral down there in the bottom, scoring on level 1. 33-73 for the Blue Alliance. Team RoboHawk from the Highland School looking for a spot to place their coral. There's so much coral on level 4, they had to search around looking for an empty spot. 80-56, Blue Alliance still has the lead with 1:26 to go. 620 grabbing coral from their loading station. 8:36, the Bees are going over to play a little defense against the Blue Alliance, leaving 4505 McDonough Robotics and the Warbots to score for the Red Alliance. About a minute to go, 92-74. Blue still has the lead. 620, they're going up with a algae. They do like a lob shot there. It bounces up, hits another algae, and then is in the Blue Alliance territory. That does not score. 48 seconds to go, 105-78. Blue still has the lead. 33-73 from the Highland School, grabbing coral from their coral station. Blue Alliance has filled their entire level 4. They have to go down lower to place their score. 30 seconds to go, 105-86. Blue still has the lead. Warbots going up high with the coral. Oh, it misses, bounces off an algae and goes to an unscoring position on the carpet. 4505, they shoot a coral down and it bounces down also. 13 seconds ago, 111-90. Let's see our end game strategy. RoboBees looking for a deep cage climb here. 4505 trying to join them. This match ends in 3, 2, 1. RoboBees, they're swinging up there. That's 12 points in the end game. Looks like both other alliance partners have parked. Highly likely they will get that barge ranking point. Hard to see through all the referees and robots what the Blue Alliance did. Looks like Orca 3136 tried to climb. They grabbed a cage. Looks like they're touching the carpet now. Not sure if they were up at the end of the match and they got that 12-point deep cage climb or not. Our preliminary score is 114 to 97. Let's see the final score of qualification match number 16. Blue Alliance wins. Pretty close match, 118 to 113. Blue Alliance, 99 coral points. They filled up the entire level 4 during that match. Red Alliance received 2 ranking points. They received the barge and the auto. And the Blue Alliance received 4 ranking points, 3 for the win and 1 for the auto, but not the barge. They only received 4 barge points. That's 2 robots parked.
All right, let's introduce the teams for qualification match number 17. Starting off, we have 1727.
Rex from Delaney High School.
Their alliance partner with 3 heads, 4821.
Cybers from Washington, D.C. Shout out to their Dean's List semifinalist, Lorelei.
They're squared away. It's 8592.
Newton Squared from Fairfax, Virginia, driving their robot, Perry the Platypus.
Bringing us over to the Blue Alliance, we have 1086.
Blue Cheese from Deep Run High School in Glen Allen, Virginia, driving the robot, String Array.
Rocking the excellent beach vibes, we have 1629.
Gacko from Northern Garrett and Southern Garrett High Schools in Accident, Maryland.
And running out our Blue Alliance, we have 6213.
Team Quantum from Prince George County in Silver Spring, Maryland. On the Blue Alliance, we have two teams that know how to rock it at the World Championship. Blue Cheese 1086, they were the winner in 2016 and first Stronghold. And Gacko 2022 Chairman's Award Rapid React in Houston. They are already going to the World Championship. Hall of Fame team, ticket to ride. While we're waiting for the field to sync up here, I'd like to do some more shout outs here. Blue Cheese 1086, Dean's List semifinalist Grace, and also Woody Flowers finalist nominee Richard.
Let's get hyped for qualification match number 17. Let's go ahead and give it up for the Red Alliance. Okay, okay. How about let's hear the Blue Alliance? Red Alliance, are you out there? Let's give it to them, Blue Alliance. I think we're ready for some robots. All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Is qualification match number 17. If you look, there's only 2 blue robots over here. Team Quantum 6213, they came out and said, nah, not this match. I'll let Blue Cheese and Gecko compete by themselves. But look at what they're doing. Holy smokes. Blue Alliance, 5 coral up there during auto. Red Alliance received 3. Blue Alliance takes the lead, 49 to 39. Student drivers take control. Not too bad with just 2 robots. 8592 Newton Squared from Fairfax, Virginia. They're grabbing coral, placing it up high. 4821, they're grabbing algae. They're going to place it down there and stuff it into the processor. 1727 Rex going down low. Interesting. Looks like the Red Alliance may be going for this coral ranking point. They have done cooperation. So the Red Alliance is putting algae into the processor, getting it up in the barge. Blue Alliance has yet to do that. They have 3 algae. However, that's all been done by the human player. 91 to 81, it's a very close match. Red Alliance has the lead. Blue Cheese and Gecko doing a great job, the 2 robots. Uh-oh, one of the blue robots appears to be stationary. This may be a 1 robot match here for the Blue Alliance. 1629 Gecko being left alone by their 2 alliance partners. 4821 coming over here. Look at this, 4821, they're scoring into the blue processor. They want this ranking point. 4821 went through their own cages. They scored 1. They want to get this cooperation point here, and they scored into the other. Here goes 4821 again. They are scoring points for the Blue Alliance. There's points for the Blue Alliance. Why do they do that? We now have cooperation. It has dropped down to required 3 of those level, and Red Alliance has 2 out of the 3. Can they get the 3rd in 15 seconds? 135 to 103. Red Alliance still has a lead. And this match ends in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gecko for the Blue Alliance quickly scurrying over. So what happened during that match that was very interesting? Look at the scoreboard up here. On the Red Alliance side, it says 3 out of 3. Normally it's out of 4. You have to score enough coral on 4 of the levels. The alliances, both alliances received the cooperation. See those hands shaking up there? So when you do the cooperation, that drops the required number of levels down to 3. So how did we get that? The Red Alliance scored everything. It was the Red Alliance going, and they scored in their own processor, and then their robot went over to the other side, and they scored on the blue side, giving the Blue Alliance points. But as a result, they are probably going to get that ranking point. This could be a 6 ranking point match here for the Red Alliance. Let's see, did the Red Alliance get all 6 ranking points? They got 3 there for the win. 168 to 113. Yes, they did. We have a 6 ranking point match there. Nice job there. Blue Alliance, they received the 1 ranking point, but look at the standings now. By getting 6 ranking points, that shoots 1627 Rex up into first place, 8592 Newton Squared up into 5th, and 4821 Cyberus into 6th place. 6 ranking points, they are your friend.
All right, kicking off match number 18, we have 3359.
From Portsmouth, Virginia, Royal Robotics.
Fierce and Mighty, we have 2199.
Driving the robot Sharkbait, ooh ha ha, Robo Lions.
And rounding off our Red Alliance, we have Team 1908.
Shorebots from Northampton High School in Eastville, Virginia.
Kicking off the Blue Alliance, we have Team 116.
Epsilon Delta from Herndon Robotics in Herndon, Virginia.
In the center, we have Team 422.
Representing 15 diverse counties, Mech Tech Dragons.
I don't know who let him out, but it's 2186.
Driving the robot Lost at Sea from Chantilly, Virginia, Dogs of Steel. Few more shout outs here. 2199 District Champion Dean's List semifinalist Ananya. Also, Woody Flowers finalist nominee from the Severn events, Tim. And speaking of these Woody Flower finalists, their coach Young was a Woody Flowers finalist that went on to the championship in 2023. Coach Rose Young. 4-4-2 Mech Tech Dragons. Dean's List semifinalist Sophia. Nice job. Good luck. And they have a Woody Flowers finalist nominee also, Mark. Coach Mark.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
It's qualification that's number 18. All robots moving forward. Blue Alliance scoring 1 down low, 2 up high. Red Alliance, do they have any coral scored yet? I don't see any coral scored by the Red Alliance. Red Alliance will not get the auto ranking point. Blue Alliance likely will. 2199 scoring in the teleop period there. That's 5 points. They go quickly over to their coral station. 422 for the Blue Alliance scoring down low. 422 is going down low. I'm wondering if they're going to try to go for that coral ranking point also. Blue Alliance has scored 2 algae into their processor. Let's see if Red Alliance will score also. 2186 for the Blue Alliance. That's Dogs of Steel from Westfield High School. They're defending against the Red Alliance. 1908. Shorebots placing coral up high, level 5 or 4. For the Blue Alliance, 116 Epsilon Delta from Herndon Robotics. They're removing that algae out. Blue Alliance has cleared all of the algae out of their reef. That opens it up to score all of that coral. Blue Alliance has completed 2 of the 3 required. And we do have cooperation. Both alliances have scored at least 2 algae, so the threshold is now 3. Blue Alliance has 2 out of that 3, and they have 50 seconds to get the other one. Blue Alliance likely to get that elusive blue ranking point. For the Red Alliance, 33-59, Royal Robotics. They shoot an air ball up there trying to get it in the barge. Just not enough oomph to get it in there. They're going to go grab another one out of the reef. 30 seconds to go, 127-75. Blue Alliance is winning. 422 Mech Tech Dragons grabbing some coral, heading over towards their reef. Mech Tech Dragons, 422. They are ranked number 1 in the district, and they're ranked 42nd in the world. This match ends here in 3, 2, 1. Look at the Blue Alliance. All 3 robots are hanging off of deep cages. That's 12 points each. Do the math. They already have 153. Well done. Red Alliance, not too shabby either. 1908 Shorebots from Northampton High School. They are hanging off of that deep cage. So the level of competition is just getting stronger and stronger here. We've seen very few coral ranking points. However, last match we got one, and I'm guessing we got one here too. Blue Alliance wins 189. Close to high score, but not quite there. Sure enough, all 6 ranking points. They receive auto. They receive 3 for the win. They got the barge, and they got the coral. That really helps out. Epsilon Delta shoots up to 4th place. 422 shoots up to 5th place. 2186 Dogs of Steel now up in 15th place. Well done. Qualification match number 19 is next.
All right, kicking off qualification match number 19 with a feather in the cap. We have 8590
from Fairfax, Virginia, representing Woodson High School, Cavbotics.
And their alliance partner, Team 1418.
They Victus from Meridian High School in Falls Church, Virginia.
Rounding off their entire alliance, we have Team 614
from Hayfield Secondary School, Nighthawks.
Kicking us over to the Blue Alliance, we have, starting in our first position, slithering on in, passing through the water, we have 401.
Copperhead Robotics from Christiansburg, Virginia.
Their alliance team members, 4541.
Cavaliers from Archbishop Spalding High School.
And their alliance team members, 9072.
Tigerbots from Chesapeake Science Point in Hanover, Maryland. In this event, we have two teams that are currently undefeated with a 6 ranking point average. One of them is Team 401 Copperhead Robotics, currently ranked number 2. And with them, Rex, ranked number 1.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
As qualification match number 19, all robots moving forward. Red scores Coral, blue scores Coral. Both alliances getting that ranking point. 14-18 goes over to their Coral station, stops. 85-90, they continue on. Can they score again? Oh no, they got algae in the way. Blue scored 4 in auto. Red scored 1. As a result, blue takes the lead, 44-22. Victus going up high. Try to place one. Unfortunately, it bounces down. It did land in a level 1 scoring position, however. 401 now working on getting some coral. Their alliance partner, 9072. That's a new technique that they were able to pick up. In the district events prior to this, they were not able to squeeze and pinch that algae. That's a new technique that they've gained this event. Up and in. 90-72 scoring directly into that barge. 76-50, minute 30 to go. Blue Alliance has the lead. 14-18 going up high. Unfortunately, it bounces off that level 4 coral and or reef and then drops onto the carpet. 90-72 trying to place coral down low in level 1, but that drops down. 45-41, Cavaliers from Archbishop Spalding, they score in their reef. 101-58, Blue Alliance distancing themselves from the Red Alliance. We still require 4 levels to be completed. The Blue Alliance has completed 3 of the 4 required levels. They're still working on getting that coral ranking point. 45 seconds ago, 104-73, Blue still has the lead. 85-90 grabbing coral from their coral station. 14-18, they try to play some coral up high, but it misses their intended position and drops down to level 1. 27 seconds ago, lots of algae in the way over here by the barge. 14-18 just kind of pushing it out of the way. They're trying to grab that cage so they can do a climb. 16 seconds ago, 125-86, Blue has the lead. Blue Alliance has completed enough to get the coral ranking point. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Qualification 19. Preliminary score is 138-95. Looks like the Blue Alliance may have received the coral ranking point, and they did it the hard way. There was not cooperation during this match, so they had to complete 4 out of the 4 levels. If you look at the Blue Alliance reef there, all you have to do is get 5 on every single one of the levels. 1, 2, 3, 4, and looks like they did that. They may have received 6 ranking points also. Qualification. Blue Alliance wins 152-109. Sure enough, all 6 ranking points. These coral ranking points are coming a lot easier nowadays. 401 Copperhead Robotics, they came in undefeated. They are still undefeated. Well done. Qualification match number 20 is next.
All right, match number 20. Starting us off with the Red Alliance, we have 686.
Bovine Intervention from Frederick, Maryland.
You might want to fear them. It's 4638.
Jagbots from Northwest High School in Germantown, Maryland.
And our rookies showing up today and doing awesome. We got 10 through 24.
Mav Mechanics, they are our one rookie team here from Douglas S. Freeman High School in Henrico, Virginia.
And over on the Blue Alliance, kicking us off with their excellent bucket-shaped hats, we have 5338.
ACL Robo Locos from the Academies of Loudon in Leesburg, Virginia.
And our Center Alliance member, we have 5115.
Night Riders from Wheaton High School in Silver Spring, Maryland.
And their remaining Alliance member, we have Team 539.
From Trinity Episcopal School in Richmond, Virginia, Titan Robotics. They named their robot USS Rob Short. Apparently, Rob Short is their headmaster. Our rookie team here, Mav Mechanics, they said they built the robot in a physics classroom, a garage, and a vacant J.C. Penney. They used duct tape, wood, and an old cookie tray.
All right. False on that one. We were almost ready for robots. All right, green means go. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
It's qualification match number 20. All the robots moving, scoring on the Red Alliance. Can Blue score in auto? Nope, not yet. Did I say? Yeah. Oh my goodness. 5338. They tried to score up high. It dropped back down, and they were able to score in a level 1 position. They will likely get that ranking point. Red Alliance scored 3 up high. As a result, they take the lead 30-16. 4638. Jagbots now grabbing Coral, placing it up high. Uh-oh, we have some problem. Our rookie team, 10-2-2-4, their light is solid. They are taking a little bit of a robot nap right next to the Red Alliance reef. Right now we have 2 robots. 5115. Oh, 5115, they beach themselves on top of one of those algae balls. They were able to restore their equilibrium and get themselves off of that algae. Now 5115, Night Riders from Wheaton High School playing defense against the Red Alliance, kind of going over by that one coral station. Have to be careful there. The coral stations are not protected. 5115, they're just bound and determined to get themselves stuck on an algae. 117, 64-52, still a very close match. Uh-oh, now the Red Alliance wants to get stuck on algae. 686 stuck on top of it, the rookie team. Oh, they're back alive now, 10-2-2-4. They were taking a nap. They're up and running now. So we have 3 red robots and 3 blue robots. 5115 still trying to play defense over here. That's interesting. 4638. It looks like they may have left one of the little lanyards that they use for carrying the robot out. You know, they clip those things on and they try to hang on, but 4638, they have one still on their robot. Drive team forgot to take it off. 686, Bovine Intervention, grabbing coral from their coral station. They come over to place it on the reef. They're going up high for level 4. Scooching over to the side, trying to get the right alignment. Well done. 105 to 94. Still a very close match. Red Lions has the lead as we go into the end game. It's going to come down to these climbs. 51-15. Knight Riders already up on a deep cage. 8 seconds to go. Who's going to do the end game now? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my goodness. Look at the score. Our preliminary score is 110 to 108. Red Alliance has a 2-point lead while we tally up this end game and figure out who won. (51-15) for the Blue Alliance. They've completed what appears to be a deep cage climb. That's 12 points. They have one blue robot has parked. I can't see if the other one is parked or not. That's 2 points each. Red Lions, however, they have 2 robots that have climbed on deep cages. 10-2-2-4, our rookie team. Well done, Douglas S. Freeman High School. And 686 Bovine Intervention. 12 points each for those 2 robots. 4638, the Jagbots from Northwest High School. They are not correct. All right, our match was a really close one here. Who won qualification match number 20? It is the Alliance. They get 3 ranking points for the win. 124 to 134. Red Alliance gets 5 ranking points, 3 for the win, 1 for auto, 1 for barge. Blue Alliance, not to be outdone, they got 2 ranking points, 1 for auto and 1 for the barge. 686 Bovine Intervention, they go up to rank number 8.
All right, let's kick off qualification match number 21 for the day. In the first spot, we have 346.
From Lloyd Seabird High School, it's RoboHawks.
And their Alliance team members, 1885.
From Battlefield High School, Comet Robotics.
Rounding out our Red Alliance, we have team 2890.
From Hickory High School, the Hawk Collective.
Over on the Blue Alliance, starting us off, we have team 2363.
Triple Helix Robotics from International Innovation Foundation.
In the center spot, we have team 1731.
Cresta Valley Robotics Club from Virginia STEM.
Rounding out with an awesome hat, we have team 1111.
Powerhawks Robotics from South River High School.
Yeah. Yeah, I was not on my video card for FRC shenanigans.
Well, thank God it's not us. They could just call Hawks all day. Could just call Hawks all day. Hawks do this, Hawks do that, Hawks do the other thing.
That is requested. We know that.
All right. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go. No.
All right, everybody moves. Everybody's up. Blue scores early. Powerhawks get halfway up and then stop. The third partner, Presta Valley, puts a piece, but it seems to go wild. It doesn't land where it's supposed to be. Red Alliance does not get a piece up onto level 1, let alone anywhere else. So they will lose that opportunity for that ranking point. And Blue is looking at 5, count them 5 level 4s already. And there are 2 minutes remaining in this match. And it isn't a whole lot longer than that. So they have jumped out to a very sizable lead, 45-18. While Red continues to struggle a little bit. 28-90, Hawk Collective doesn't quite land that in place. And it appears they're exercising their machinery to get it down where it needs to be to pick that next one up. 11-11 coming up. They've got a piece in hand. They drop, and that will land on level 1. So that does score points, 23-63. Red now at 82-36. They've got a commanding lead. Blue has the lead, 90-45. Red finally starting to pull some pieces together. 346 gets in. They're playing a little bit of defense. Let's call that offense. Let's be honest what it is. And they're binding up 11-11, slowing them down. 17-31, Presta Valley is in getting their piece. Powerhawks managed to get loaded up, but they're still jammed. Good defense there. Ref was eyeballing it, but he didn't make the call. They got out of the way in time. You can pin, you just can't do it for long. Powerhawks put a level 4. Level 4 looking awfully busy on the Blue Alliance. Red struggling, 1885, drops a piece of algae in. The live pair drops that in to the barge on the blue side, and that was not necessarily a foregone conclusion. Presta loading again. Powerhawks dropping again. Level 4 looking very busy. We now have pieces on both sides of the barge. Plenty on the blue side and 3 on the red. That is coopetition on both sides. So 5 pieces on 3 layers will net that algae point. That would be very good news indeed, but with 2 seconds remaining, that last piece is up in the air and up into the barge. So blue has a very nice 161-point round. Prior to final scoring, they have 2 robots afloat underneath that barge. And with coopetition in play, if they have 5 pieces on 3 levels, they will pick up that ranking point as well. Getting thumbs up. Let's see if we have a final score. That's a blue win. How big? Almost a 100-point win and 6 whopping ranking points, pulling all 3 teams up very nicely in the rankings.
It's time to move on to qualification match number 22. Let's meet some more robots with their robot Kilroy. Who's here? Who is here? 339 is here.
Gilroy Robotics from Stafford County Public Schools.
Next door with their robot Argo. Make some noise for 977.
Comet Bots from Halifax County High School.
And right next door, they are flaming hot. It's 5804.
That's Torch from Collegiate School.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, spelled with a PH, with their robot Flipper 3136.
Official robotics constructors of Ashland Orca from Patrick Henry High School.
Right next door with their robot Sailfish. One more time, it's 8230.
Koi Bots from Arlington Career Center.
The only member of this alliance who is not an aquatic animal with their robot Flick, it's 1895.
Lambda Core from Osborne High School.
Qualification match number 22. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All but 339 move. That's Kilroy. Good pieces put up. We got 2 level 4 on each side already. There goes Kilroy. Just runs a little late. Goes to drop in on level 4, but doesn't quite land it. 19 to 16 coming out of autonomous. Look at the drivers step up. Some of the most entertaining things that go on this field are behind the driver's stations. Keep your eyes wide open and watch. 31-36 has a piece. They're spinning and twisting. They can't quite seem to get control enough to get up where they need to belong. 1895 easing their way in. Oh, they push it up and over, and gravity does the rest of the work. 339 dropping on, 977 dropping on, and their alliance partner, 5804, drops on. The red team just did a triple on level 4. Very nicely done, and that gives them a lead in this round. They are filling level 4. Blue's struggling, and Blue has a tremendous amount of algae on their field that they all seem to be bouncing off of. I'm not sure how much of that came from the red side of the field, but it is certainly a factor in what's going on the Blue Alliance side of the table. 1895 comes into place another piece. They're going level 3, mixing it up a little bit. Red, having mostly topped out level 4, is now looking at other spaces as well. 5804 goes up high. That's 7 points, very much worthwhile. For 53-43, Blue is finding a way to keep up. In fact, they're starting to catch up. 8230, banging things up. They've got 2 robots busy, and if one robot can do 2, that's a win. 1895, their alliance mate continues to place pieces up top. 48-63, 39 seconds remain. Red with the lead, but Blue is not out of this. Great defense by 8230, including a shot that Ray Lewis would cringe at. 1895 placing up another piece. 8230 looking to drop into the station. That's the sound. 20 seconds remain. Robots coming to grab on. Going on to deep cages. 339 goes for a ride across 2 or 3 pieces of algae. Cannot get to their cage just because of the traffic jam in green balls. Blue puts up 2 and has a third one in. So Blue has 2 robots afloat, 1 more in. Red has a mix. So Blue is down by 9 points, but I'm seeing 26 in that end game. Red has 2 robots representing. One of them tried to get up. All of the algae, you'll notice there's no algae up in that barge at all. All of that algae just was all over the place. Blue cleared their coral rack, but that meant it was all on the ground, and they had a devil of a time. Red could not get back and get into that zone very well because there was so much algae. Okay, the final tally is being done. This is a toss-up as far as I'm concerned. All right, here we go. Blue was down, but Blue had a lot of points in the end game. And they stretch out an 11-point victory. So they pick up 5 ranking points, and all 3 of those teams move up. None of them are in the top 10, but all of them moving in the right direction, that's for sure. pulling themselves up into positions that maybe alliances would be very interested in talking to. Red picks up the autonomous ranking point, but that's all they can manage this round.
Let's meet some more robots, this time for qualification match number 23. With their robot Calypso dancing the Macarena, it's 1, 2, 2.
Representing New Horizons Regional Education Center, that's NASA Knights.
Right next door with their robot Triton, it's 836.
A community team, the RoboBees.
With bringing Stingray to the field, it's 1086.
That's Blue Cheese representing Deep Run High School.
Those are the robots on the Red Alliance. Let's meet the robots on the Blue Alliance. With their ever stylish shirts, I wish I could score one of these. It's 1629.
That's Gacko representing Northern Garrett and Southern Garrett High Schools.
They bring their robot Meshach 21. This team has finally found a name for their robot. It is Sydney, Team 888.
Robodiators from Glenelg High School.
And right next door with their trademark driver station made out of a log, it's 2534.
Lumberjack Robotics from Boys Latin School in Baltimore.
Those are the teams on the Blue Alliance for qualification match number 23. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Zoomy zoom zoom on the red side. Everybody moving and everybody moving plenty fast. 25-34, that's Lumberjack. Parks it for a moment. Let's see if they move before the end of autonomous. 122 is banging around everything. Unfortunately, they didn't get a piece at that driver's station, so they did not score that part. Total score to start is 41-16. Blue put on a show in autonomous. Let's see what they do with the drivers. In theory, the drivers are better than their autonomous, right? Well, the autonomous just put on one heck of a show for them to come to do better than. 888 looking to put up. They're trying to hit that level 2. Don't quite reach it. Seems to me they've got a little bit of trouble holding on to that piece. 1629, that's Gacko. They're going up. They're getting algae out of the way. They've been good at that the entire season. That drops in. That goes into the processor. Should end up on the red side of the barge with a good throw here. 1629 picking the next piece and just continuing to knock that out. 1086 and 836 moving pieces up onto level 4. 1086 trying to get that algae piece out. They are holding on to a piece of coral, but they're going to wait. They got rid of that piece of algae. Now they're going to do something with that coral. 836 continues with that flipsy maneuver. Drops that in. We've got all 3 red robots placing pieces, and now it is 74-71. Red has overcome a big deficit to start. 55 seconds remain, and they have taken the lead. 888 Robodiators going down and being a pest of themselves, and it would appear they have a gift for it. Blocking one of the stations. NASA Knights trying to get in, but Robodiators locking them out. 836 manages to get a piece up off the ground. They're going to level 2. Do we have algae on both sides of the barge? I see 1 on the red side. Co-opetition is not going to happen. If you want that ranking point, you got to be on all 4 levels. And Blue is trying to close that deal. 1086 is down. Stop moving just as it is time to head for the station. 7 seconds remain. 836 trying to climb. 122 is up in a jiffy. 1086 is flashing but doesn't get a chance to move. So there are two robots floating, 836 RoboBees are close, but they seem to be floating. I'm thinking they're going to get credit. If that is the case, Red came back from a very large deficit to catch up and exceed the Blue Alliance's autonomous start. Let's be honest, Blue scored plenty of points here. They scored 105 before final scoring, but Red put on a show to catch up from behind. All right, we got it. Let's see it. That was a very nice come from behind win, 135 points. That is a penalty-free match where Red stacked up 135 points, picked up 5 ranking points with it. Very well done.
We are getting ready in just a moment for qualification match number 24. And let's meet some robots. We have Ed V30. That means that this team has been putting robots on this field for 30 years. Make 30 years worth of noise for 116.
That's Salon Delta from Herndon Robotics at Herndon High School.
Right next door is team 6863.
That's Squirrels, a family community team in Woodbine.
And bringing Perry the Platypus, it's 8592.
Newton Squared, another family community team.
That is our Red Alliance. Let's meet our Blue Alliance. Team 8622.
That's the Cybirds from Crofton High School.
With their robot Jormungandr, it's 611.
Saxons from Langley High.
That's 611. And with John Robot, make some noise for 8726.
Crypto Hawks from Urbana High School.
So calling out the volunteers who risk their fingers every time they close the gates. And the rest of the field reset crew, make some noise for the field reset crew. Thank you, the hardest working volunteers on the field. And we are getting ready for qualification match number 24. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Everybody out, a level 4 on each side in a big hurry as teams go to reload and do more. Look at this, 116, Epsilon Delta going up with a piece of algae, and in she goes. Wow, very nicely done. So red shows 3 level 4s, a level 1, and already has their first piece of algae into the barge. What the heck? Let's go for co-opetition. No reason everybody shouldn't get extra ranking points. 6863, the Squirrels are just getting down to business. They're starting to lay stuff out on level 3. Remember, you have to be on 3 levels for co-opetition. You need to be on all 4 if you want to try and do it by yourself. 116 goes back up with another algae. Blue focusing on level 3 and level 4, but they have an entry on level 2. They may be able to make this work as well. Their algae is coming out of the way, which is necessary. And at the district level, you'll see much more of that. 8726 picking up another piece. That's Crypto Hawks. As they are coming in, they're looking like they're going to shoot low this time. 8622, their teammate, the Cybirds, manages to grab onto a piece that didn't quite hit them dead center, but they shook in a little bit and down in it went. Epsilon Delta just keeps loading up on the red barge. That is 4 points every time. That starts adding up, especially when your 2 teammates are filling out level 4 and level 3 on their own. Those points up in the barge are free extras. Lots of room for them. 112 to 69. Red is stretching out a lead. 611 does not want to give up yet. Going for another level 4. That's Saxons. We have seen them do very well in competitions prior to this one this season. Now it's going up on the other side. It's 116 loading up from the blue Alliance side. Whack themselves with that low cage. Those things weigh 17 pounds apiece. If they whack you in the head, it gonna hurt. 116 is up. 8592 looking to get up. 8 seconds remain. 8592 takes off like a jet. That was pretty sweet. 116 is hanging down a little bit, and one of their bumpers is dragging. Referees were giving that a good solid look. Blue only has 1 in that end zone. Red has 8592. They're up for sure. 116. Epsilon Delta struggled a little bit. They were up early, but I don't know if they stayed up. And with that bumper hanging loose, that didn't do them any favors. 6863 looks to me like they've managed to get their the corner of their bumper over the line. So if you look at the barge, you'll notice all of the algae is going up on the red barge side. Most of that was dropped in directly. That's why red is able to pick up 4 points every time they do that. And they don't have to give any points to their opponents. However, you'll notice there's no algae on the blue side. And if there had been, I think the Red Alliance would have picked up the co-opetition and would have picked up the extra ranking points. So a little bit of strategery there. Where do you place all that algae? A final score. Yeah, well, red picks up that win. 143 to 87. Plenty of room to spare. 16 barge points certainly didn't hurt, but they pick up 4 ranking points. 4 ranking points moves down the victorious Epsilon Delta and Newton Squared to position 6 and 7. So in spite of the win, they bumped down a little bit. Still in an Alliance captain spot, so that's not so bad. But It just goes to show that co-opetition point would have done them a whole lot of favors at the end of this match. So that was match 24 that we just did. There is going to be a reposting of the score for match 23. That was the one before this. Go ahead and put match 23 back up on this board. Now, in this case, the winner is not going to change. However, the human point keeper, looking at the number of pieces of algae, means that an extra ranking point is placed because co-opetition was suddenly in play. So the Red Alliance picks up their coral ranking point because co-opetition was in play. They only need to complete 3 of the 4 levels. That is 5 pieces of coral on 3 of the 4 levels in order to pick up that ranking point. So that bumps everybody up a little bit higher because they got 6 instead of 5.
Let's introduce qualification match number 25 out of 38 played today. Putting the rock in rock and roll, it's 37-48.
Ragnarok Robotics from Mount Hebron High School.
Bringing their robot lost at C, letter C, it's 21-86.
Dogs of Steel from Westfield High School.
With their robot Dory, make some noise for 620.
Warbots, Madison High School.
Those are robots on the Red Alliance. Let's meet the robots on the Blue Alliance. With Mandarin, it's 48-21.
Cyberus, District of Columbia International School.
Right next door, team in green, it's 37-93.
Cyber Titans, Tuscarora High School.
And another team in green bringing their robot Wisp. It's 4-2-2.
The Mech Tech Dragons, Maggie L. Walker's Governor's School.
Those are the robots. Those are the teams for qualification match number 25. The field is sealed without losing any fingers. The referee is ready. We're just waiting for the field to be ready. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Yep. Wow, Mech Tech Dragons put that up in a hurry. 37-93, they take their shot. Mech Tech Dragons put 2. 37-93 has 1 down on level 1. Mech Tech Dragons put 3. They are coming with a 4th. That was asking a little too much. My golly, that was good points, though. 36-31. Red has 2 on level 4. 1 on and 2 on level 2. They are well on their way to maybe picking up that coral ranking point. 37-48 has a claw that pulls the algae, if they can get it, and also places a piece of coral both on the same approach to that coral reef. 48-21, zooming around the corner, they've got algae. They're looking to drop it into the bucket. That will process normally. Level 4, very quickly filling up on red. We currently have 3 pieces of coral on the blue side of the barge. And how many? 2 on the red side. That sure looks like coopetition to me. Let's see what comes of that. Blue putting on a show, getting that coral reef filled up, as 422 is cycling in about 3 seconds maybe, and they are dropping all over the place. They're hitting level 2, level 3, and level 4. You thought they were fast on level 4. They're even faster on the lower levels. They don't have to go up as high. The piece coming in from the operator, he's just flinging pieces at them, and they get it. Uh-oh, one's stuck. Now things might change a little. They broke that loose. I saw a flag waving. I'm not exactly sure what that was about. They may have smacked into somebody. 48-21 drops one up real nice. Algae is working fine. Look at the cages swinging by. That might be what that flag was. Look at all the pieces on the Red Alliance coral reef. So right now they still are not calling coopetition, but there's a whole bunch of pieces on all the layers. Red has nothing on level 1, but they are working level 2. Level 3 is done. Level 4 is done. And that's why Red has 139 points with 20 seconds remaining in this match. 37-48. Teeing up to grab onto that cage and climb. Up she goes. 422 is up in the air. A little funky facing to one side, but she's floating. 37-48 is floating. Both of them have an extra piece in there. Blue is looking to tuck one more in. So it's 147 to 138 as time runs out. That's 9 points. That is not much of a difference, especially when both of them look very similar here in the end game. So if you look at the coral station for the Blue Alliance, there are a lot of pieces on there on level 1, 2, 3, and 4. Well, not for long as the team comes in to clean it up. If there are 5 pieces down on level 1, I think they pick up the coral point the hard way. They currently have a lead, though it's slender. But 422, that's MechTech Dragons, put themselves up in the air. I don't know how MechTech Dragons has the energy to put themselves up in the air, considering how many feet they covered and how many times they had to lift those pieces up. I mean, Dragons is only human. Seems to me they get tired doing all of that. No, that's fine. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's what we do. All right, here we go. All right, Red picks up that win. Wow. All right, so Blue committed a G418, hitting one of Red's deep cages. So that usually wouldn't matter a whole lot, considering the red team already got the ranking point anyway. However, it is a 6-point penalty, which put Red over the top, and that awards 3 more trophy ranking points to red. So red comes up with a big win on that round in what was otherwise a very close match. Red doing better in coral, blue doing better in algae. That's kind of a big round because 37.93 and 422 are movers and shakers. They are in high-ranking positions, and they just bumped down because of that upset.
Bringing on qualification match number 26. These dogs have brought their robot Guppy. It's 2106.
Junkyard Dogs out of Goochland High School.
This team drives like lightning, scores like thunder. It's 63-26.
Baltimore Bolts from the Baltimore City Public Schools.
And bringing their robot, Chef Curry, it's 33-59.
Royal Robotics, Portsmouth Public Schools.
Over on the Blue Alliance, bringing their robot, Kriller, it's 1908.
From Eastville, Virginia, Shorebots.
Hey, it's Juice Box Hero with 3373.
Team Robohawk from Highland School in Warrenton, Virginia.
Bringing their robot Sub-Zero, give it up for 1727.
From Delaney High School, Rex.
Qualification match number 26. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
It's qualification match number 26. All the robots moving forward. 63-26, a little delay there by the Red Alliance robot. 2106 scoring 1-2 coral there during that auto period. 17-27 Rex coming back trying to score again. Close match. Red Alliance takes the lead 30-24. 33-59 for the Red Alliance. Coming over here trying to grab that algae out of the Red Alliance reef, while 2106, the Junkyard Dogs, places coral up high. Junkyard Dog says, that looks like fun. Let me play with some algae also. They come over here. Red Alliance, they try to get the chew algae there in there. 2106, they try to place it in that processor, but it bounces right back out. 3359, Royal Robotics from Portsmouth, Virginia. They're able to place it. Red Alliance has placed 2 algae into their processor. They have done their half of the cooperation. 65-60, it's a 5-point match. Blue Alliance has the lead. 63-26, Baltimore Bolts and the robot Spark Surfer trying to make it hard for the Blue Alliance, playing defense. They're going back and forth from one coral station to another. Rex, however, they're able to avoid them. Likewise, Junkyard Dogs, they're able to get past and get their coral. 82-80, it's a 2-point match. Blue has the lead. Red Alliance has completed 2 of the required 4 levels to get the coral ranking point. Can they get it by the end of this match? 45 seconds ago at 91-87. Now Red has the lead. This is a tennis match going back and forth. 33-59. Royal Robotics trying to place an algae up high into their barge. They shoot it. Nice job. Just enough oomph to get it in there. 101-90. Red still has a lead. 24 seconds ago. Red Alliance has completed 2 of the required levels. Blue has also completed 2. We have a problem. 2106 Junkyard Dogs are stuck up on top of an algae. 8 seconds to go. What's the Red Alliance going to do? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And an attempt to free 2106 Junkyard Dogs from Goochland High School. Their alliance partner unfortunately tips him over on their side, leaves them there sideways while they quickly scurry to get a 2-point park there. Red Alliance has 2 robots that are parked. Blue Alliance, it looks like they have all 3 robots hanging from deep cages. That's a grand total of 36 points, if that is true, in the end game. Our preliminary score is 105 to 101. That 36 points would definitely put them over the top. Here's your score for qualification match number 26. The match goes to the Blue Alliance. 141 to 105. Sure enough, 36 points of barge points makes it really, really easy. So Blue Alliance, they received 5 ranking points, 3 for the win, 1 for auto, 1 for the barge. They did not get the coral ranking point. Here's the head scratcher. Rex 1727 from Delaney High School. They came in ranked number 1. They won, and they dropped down to 2. That just means there's a lot of 6 ranking point matches that we're getting during this championship.
Getting ready for qualification match number 27 coming up next. Let's meet some more robots for qualification match number 27. With their robot, Forky, it's 6802.
Mean Caymans from Cedar Bluff, Virginia.
Those of us who spent some time in New England know to call it the Lobster. That's the robot for team 449.
The Blair Robot Project from Silver Spring, Maryland.
And right next door with their robot, Sharkbait. Ooh, ha, ha. It's 2199.
Representing Pi Cube, Robo Lions from Finksburg, Maryland.
Those are the robots. On the Red Alliance, let's meet the robots. On the Blue Alliance, here we have Eagle Ray from 540.
From Godwin High School in Henrico, Virginia, Talon 540 Godwin Robotics.
With their robot, Gabby, it's 6213.
Prince George County's in the house, Team Quantum from Silver Spring, Maryland.
With their robot, Sebastian, it's 4505.
McDonough Robotics from the McDonough School in Owings Mills, Maryland.
Sebastian sings Under the Sea, Under the Sea.
On the Red Alliance 449, they've got a bunch of blue banners this year. They won both in Severn and Glen Allen, and they got the Impact Award in Severn.
Qualification match number 27. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
It's qualification match number 27. Ooh, 62-13. They either did their auto code backwards or they installed their robot backwards. They screamed across and went over into the Red Alliance territory. Red Alliance, they were able to score at least one coral during that auto. Likely they will get their auto ranking point. 62-13, Team Quantum from Atlanta, Maryland, playing defense against the Red Alliance. So we have 2 blue robots scoring, 3 red robots scoring. 30-24 with 1:48 to go. Red Alliance has the lead. 4505 McDonough Robotics. They have some coral. They head over. They go up high, placing it on a level 5 position. Blue Alliance quickly filling up that upper level in the reef. 44-51. Red Alliance has the lead. 2199. That's the Robo Alliance from Finksburg, Maryland. They're at their coral station. They load some up. 449 showing why they're so highly ranked here. Going up, placing nice cycle time there by 449. They're able to pick up that coral off of the ground quickly and go over and place it on the reef. Red Alliance very close to getting this coral ranking point. They only have 1 out of 4 listed right now, but that could be a scoring delay. 52 seconds to go, 93-65. Red is still winning. 4505 McDonough Robotics. That's the robot Sebastian going over. They have some coral, trying to place it there. Red Alliance has now completed 3 of the 4 required levels to get the coral ranking point. They have done 2 of the algae up there in the barge. 26 seconds ago, 110-78. Red has a bigger lead. Talon 540 Godwin Robotics placing a coral down there at the lower level of the blue reef. Look at the red side of the field. There's like coral all over the place. Just feeding there for 449. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Not enough time for the Red Alliance to complete their climbs here. All 3 red robots appear to be parked here. Does not look like we have any blue robots climbing. Talon 540 Godwin Robotics. They tried to grab a hold of that cage, but they are not off the ground from this angle. Red Alliance very close to getting that coral ranking point. We're showing 3 out of the 4 levels completed. They did get 3 algae. Here's your score. Qualification match 27 going to the Red Alliance. 3 ranking points goes into their bank. They received the auto ranking point also. Neither alliance getting enough barge points to get that barge ranking point. Qualification match 28 is next.
Let's bring on qualification match number 28. The team that says, Hawk, yeah, it's 2890.
From Hickory High School in Chesapeake, Virginia, the Hawk Collective.
Bringing their robot Sauron, it's 1418.
Meridian High School's Faye Victus.
Another nautical theme, a famous captain, Caspian, with 9072.
The Tiger Bots from Chesapeake Science Point in Hanover, Maryland.
The team that invites you to do the Orca squat, it's 3136.
Patrick Henry High School's Orca driving the robot Flipper.
Right next door, students inspiring students, it's 346.
Lloyd C. Bird High School's RoboHawks.
The team that reminds you there's no such thing as too many cowbells, it's 686.
Bovine Intervention, representing Mount St. Mary's University and 5 local high schools, Catoctin, Oakdale, Linganore, Walkersville, and Brunswick.
Qualification match number 28 is just about to begin. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 28. 9072, they go on the far side and they pick up a coral. Nice job. Can they do a third one here? They're doing it the hard way. Instead of going to their loading station, they grab it off of the coral that's placed out in the middle of the field. Both alliances were able to get coral scored. However, 346 RoboHawks looks like they did not leave. That will potentially cost the Blue Alliance that auto ranking point. 1418, they're standing up really high. I think they may have a problem there. Their mechanism is tweaked a little bit. They may need a chiropractor to come out here and fix their back because it's definitely misaligned from this view. 137, it's a 1-point match. Red is winning 42-41. 346 coming over from the Blue Alliance. That's the RoboHawks. They're over by that one coral station. 686, Bovine Intervention, the robot Shamu, showing their cycle time here. They're unimpeded, no red robots over there playing defense again, and they just go back and forth, grabbing coral and placing it. 81-61, Blue Alliance has a 20-point lead with a minute to go. 346 is stationary. That's the blue robot. They're just kind of like camping out at one of those loading stations. Red Alliance working on their one loading station here. 9072 showing that they don't need a loading station. I'm just going to grab all the coral off of the ground. 102-76, Blue Alliance has the lead. Red Alliance hampered here by 1418. Faye Victus, they're stationary over here by their driver station wall. Their mechanism, their elevator looks a bit tweaked. Red Alliance has a red robot playing defense. 2890, the Hawk Collective over there for the blue. 15 seconds ago, 113.85. Blue has the lead as we go in the end game. Orca has already climbed on a deep cage. 686 lining up. 4, 3, 2, 1. Looks like 686 Bovine Intervention was attempting to climb over there. They grabbed a hold of something, but they are still touching the carpet. 31-36 Orca from Patrick Henry High School. They're swinging nicely back and forth. That's 12 points that will go to the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance has 0 robots that have climbed on these cages. 9072 was unable to do it. They have apparently 3 that are parked. That's only 6 points in the end game. Here's your score. Qualification match number 28 goes to the Blue Alliance. 127-95. Blue gets 3 ranking points for the win. They receive the barge ranking point also. They got 14, and that's exactly how many points you need to get the barge ranking point. They did not get the auto ranking point. They scored coral during the auto, but they were unable to get all 3 robots to move forward. Red Alliance, they received 1 ranking point. They received the auto ranking point. With that, 686 came in ranked 5. They are still ranked number 5.
All right, let's round it out with qualification match number 29. We have 836.
The Robo-Bees from Hollywood, Maryland.
In the center, we have team 1629.
From Northern Garrett, Southern Garrett High School's Gatco.
Rounding out the Red Alliance, we have 1111.
Powerhawks Robotics from South River Senior High School in Edgewater, Maryland.
Got good vibes on the Red Alliance. Let's see if we have good vibes for the Blue Alliance. We have team 8590.
Cavbotics from Fairfax, Virginia.
Their alliance partner 2363.
Triple Helix Robotics from Intentional Innovation Foundation in Newport News, Virginia.
And rounding out our excellent Blue Alliance, we have team 8230.
Bots from Arlington, Arlington, Virginia. Like from the field and everything getting ready for another shout out on crew. 11 Ron is a female line nominee. Also, Lucy L is here for the Dean's list as the Dean's semifinalist. 836 Carson is a Woody Finalist nominee. Good luck.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 29. Powerhawks Robotics, they slowly drift the wrong way during that auto period. That may cost the Red Alliance their ranking point. 836 going back, trying to get another coral from their loading station. They have 1, 2, 3, 4. Gatco 1629 able to complete 3 coral all by themselves in that auto period. Red Alliance takes the lead 41 to 28. Powerhawks Robotics now placing coral up there. While the Robo-Bees likewise, they grab some coral off of the ground and place it down low. 54 to 42 with 1:48 to go. Red Alliance has the lead. 2363 Triple Helix Robotics grabbing coral from their loading station. Having a little bit of trouble there, little butterfingers there. Their alliance partner bumps into them, 8230, making it a little bit harder. Now 2363 has their coral. They go back, they place it for a level 4 5-point placement. 8230, the koi butts. They have coral. They're trying to place it. It drops back down. Fortunately, it lands on level 1. 8:36 the Robo Bees for the Red Alliance. They're now going to algae duty. They place some algae up there. Red Alliance has scored 2 algae up top. 86-73. It's a close match. Red Alliance still has the lead. 23-63 at their loading station. They grab some coral. Heading over. They're going up for a level 4 placement. Slowly lining themselves up, and they do it. 96-82. Red still has the lead. Powerhawks Robotics coming back here. 11-11 for the Red Alliance. Going up level 3. Red Alliance has completed 2 of the 4 required levels to get that coral ranking point. Can they complete the rest of them? They have 30 seconds to do it in. 23-63 triple helix going up high. 112 to 110. Blue Alliance now has the lead. The lead has shifted over to the Blue Alliance, but it's still very close. Now the Red Alliance is winning. Robo Bees going up high for the Red Alliance with some algae. 10 seconds ago, Robo Bees going to climb very quickly. They are up 23-63. They're grabbing the cage, but they cannot climb. Alliance partner 85-90 there. That was an interesting match. Going back and forth. Red winning, blue winning. Our preliminary score shows red has the advantage, 127 to 114. Robo Bees have completed a deep cage climb, according to me at least. That's 12 points. Powerhawks Robotics, they are parked. That adds another 2 points. 82-30, Koi Bots from Arlington Career Center. They appear to be hanging off of a deep cage there, but their alliance partner was unable to complete that climb. Our FTAs are over here checking out one of the robots before we clear the field. Our preliminary score is 127 to 114, advantage red. Let's see who won qualification match number 29 right now. Red Alliance winning. 141 to 128. Red Alliance gets 3 ranking points for that win. They also received the barge ranking point. They did not, unfortunately, get the auto ranking point. All the robots did not leave. All you have to do is go past that black line. But we did not do that. 836, they dropped down to 10th place with that win.
All right, match number 30, we have 977.
Comment bots from South Boston, Virginia.
Their alliance partner 116.
Epsilon Delta in their 30th season.
It might be Loco. It's 5338.
ACL Robo Loco from Academies of Loudon.
That rounds off our Red Alliance. Over here for our Blue Alliance, we have Team 1885.
From Battlefield High School, Comet Robotics.
Their alliance partner, 8622.
The Cybirds from Crofton High School in Gambrills, Maryland.
An apple might fall from the tree. It's 8592.
Newton Squared, a family community group from Fairfax, Virginia. See if we can do a couple shout outs here. Let's see. 1885, Dean's List semifinalist Caitlin. Good luck. 5338. Andrew Clark, Woody Finals WFFA finalist. And I think that's it. This is qualification match number 30. Still a little early to count the rankings too much, but I will mention that in this match on the Red Alliance, Epsilon Delta currently coming in rank number 3. And on the Blue Alliance, Newton Squared 8592 is rank number 4.
right, drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1.
It's qualification match number 30 here at the first Chesapeake District Championship. We have a 2 blue versus 3 red match here, 86.2. They are not part of this match. Blue Alliance doing very well. They received 27 points in that auto period. They take the lead with about 2 minutes to go. 5-3-3-8 for the Red Alliance. Roboloco going up high. 116, that's Epsilon Delta from Hernan Robotics. They're going to algae duty here. They grab 2. They have 2 in there. They have completed their half of the cooperation. We may have cooperation. Holy smokes. I think we have cooperation. Our coral ranking threshold has dropped down to 3. Let's see if these 2 alliances can score the 3 required levels. 78-68. Red Alliance has the lead with 1:26 to go. Roboloco over grabbing coral from their coral station. Going down low or lower. 116 Epsilon Delta. They're an excellent algae bot. They come over here and they clean out that reef very carefully. Referee's taking a very close look at Epsilon Delta as they try to place this algae up here. If you grab the net, that's a foul. If you hang on to the pipe, that's a foul. They're looking very closely. Nope, looks like it was good. No foul there. 46 seconds ago, 120-107. Blue has the lead. 977 Comet bots from Halifax County High School. They're beached on a beach ball over there. Blue Alliance placing some more algae here. 1885 Comet Robotics. It's another good algae bot. Shooting up high. 20 seconds ago, we're in the end game. 130-113. Blue has the lead. Epsilon Delta going once again up high. Well done. While Robo Loco for the Red Alliance placing coral on their reef. This match ends here in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Epsilon Delta, that was a quick climb on that deep cage there. 85-92. They have also climbed. 1885 Comet Robotics, they are part. Looks like we have offsetting points here in the end game. I'm counting 14 points on both alliances. They will both likely get that barge ranking point. But the win will all come down to the auto and the tele-up prior to that. And here's your score for qualification match number 30. Blue Alliance wins. They get the 3 ranking points for that win. 153-139. Clean match. Blue Alliance, all 6 ranking points. By doing the cooperation, they were able to lower the threshold there to 3 levels. Blue Alliance was able to complete that. 85-92, they scoot up to 3rd place with that win. All right, we have a few matches that we need to redo, so I'm going to tell you what our plan is here for the rest of the day and tomorrow morning. We will continue playing matches today until we play match number 33. We just finished match number 30. We'll play to 33. Then tomorrow morning, we will resume with qualification match number 1 as a replay. Then we're going to do a replay of number 14. So that's 2 replays, number 1 first, then 14. Then we will start again with our normal schedule at match 34. Once again, 33 today. Then tomorrow morning, 1, 14, and 34 on.
All right, qualification match number 31. They are aged to perfection. It's 1086.
That's Blue Cheese from Jeep Run High School in Glen Allen, Virginia.
Currently ranked number 1 undefeated. We have 401.
Copperhead Robotics from Christiansburg, Virginia.
And their alliance partner, 8726.
Crypto Hawks from Urbana.
And for our Blue Alliance, we have Team 1731.
That's Valley Robotics Club, also undefeated so far.
And their alliance partner, 10224.
Mav Mechanics from Henrico, Virginia.
And their alliance partner, bringing us to a close for the Blue Alliance, we have Team 422.
Built for speed, the Mech Tech Dragons from Richmond, Virginia.
The gates are closed. The light is green. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, don't blink. There is a lot of offensive power on this field. 422, that's Mech Tech. They're bouncing stuff up. 1086, looking for a piece. There's a pause, but they're coded to handle that pause. That's Blue Cheese. They wait until that piece comes. That's not a timing thing. They're actually feeling for that. All right, it is 63 to 38 coming out of that autonomous in the few seconds that follow it. That is an incredible score to start. Everybody is moving at 100 miles an hour right now. Blue Cheese getting their pieces up. 401, Copperhead. They're now moving the algae out of the way. Look at what's going on the Blue Alliance. Level 4, 7 points apiece, filling up fast. Level 3 next. These guys want that second set of that extra ranking point for the Coral. They are now on level 2 and on level 1. 422 Mech Tech Dragons just missed on level 1, but the next one sticks. 1086 has another piece in. Boy, can they grab stuff quick. That's Blue Cheese. They're going up top. 121 to 68. Blue putting on a clinic on how you score points. Red trying to get in there and slow this down. That's Crypto Hawks trying to put a beating down on 1731 That's 10224 they're hitting. Mav Mechanics. But boy, there's an awful lot of targets that you sure would like to slow down right now. 422 kicks a piece out of the way with a little spin move so that they can hit level 2. Cooperation now is looking to be there on both sides. There's another ball goes up, but it falls away. I'm not sure Blue's going to need cooperation. 422's trying to shake that piece that's stuck in them. MechTech may need a wall. Let's see what happens if they can break a piece loose. They cannot place Coral, but it's 148 to 97. 100 is coming on strong. That's Blue Cheese making a move. Copperhead putting a piece up. There are 20 seconds remaining. It's 153 to 105 as the teams start heading in and looking to float. I see 2 on Blue floating. I see 3 on Blue floating. Blue's got 1. That's Copperhead. Blue Cheese and Crypto Hawks get in the zone. Good Lord, everybody's getting that ranking point. That was so good, I think I'm getting some ranking points. Blue has a great big pile of points hanging up in their end zone right now. So that drops another 36 points on top of them if all 3 of those boats are considered to be afloat. Copperhead has found its way back to the ground. 422, all of these robots slowly swinging back down, but they're still up and hanging. Okay. So looking at the loading station on the Blue side, they did not even have a full row remaining on this side of the field at the end of that. They moved so many pieces of coral onto that coral reef. All right, let's see some final scores. Blue takes that win. How big's that number? 192 to 129. And 6 ranking points for Blue. 3 ranking points for Red, who, let's give them a hand. 129 points is nothing to sneeze at. But wow, did Blue put on a show that time. Thank you, sir.
Hey, by the way.
All right, match number 32, our second to last match of the day before we kick off tomorrow. It's 21-86.
Dogs of Steel from Chantilly.
Their alliance partner with the shiny helmets, we got 611.
Saxons.
And their alliance member, 4821.
Cyber Us from the District of Columbia International School in Washington, D.C.
Over to the Blue Alliance, we have Team 1895
Lambda Corps from Osborne High School in Manassas.
with their 25th year. It's 6-14.
Nighthawks from Alexandria.
And our alliance partners coming from Baltimore, it's 63-26.
Baltimore Bolts. That's Red Alliance taking some real care in getting their robots set up. Both 611 and 2186. Getting measurements, looking at sight lines.
All right, drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
What do you want? 21 takes a pause, but then comes in a little bit later. They may be making sure they're not getting in somebody's way. 611 grabs a piece, places it. That's on level 4. Puts up another one, and in it goes as well. So there are 3 on level 4 starting for Red. Red takes a 30-13 lead, and now the drivers step up and start really making these robots hum. 63-26 comes on down. They are going to do some troublemaking right there. And they are working their best to be a pest. Man, pieces of coral are falling clean out of the field. 63-26, banging up against Saxons, slowing them down. Saxons know how to play this game. That may be a fine choice of targets. 21-86 on the far side. That's Dogs of Steel. They're running interference on the blue side. And both sides having to deal with an awful lot of defense and making things work. So 36-30 with 1:30 left. What could have been a very high-scoring round may not be, simply because so much of it is focused on defense instead of offense. 48-21 has a piece of algae, but 63-26 is just saying nope. It is not going in. Now, that's sort of interesting. Got you. That's sort of interesting because cooperation comes from both sides working together. Now, 1895, Blue Alliance, in their own zone, has gotten wrapped up on a whole pile of coral that they can't get out of. Right now, 2186 is just kind of toying with them, making sure they don't touch. Whoops, there goes a little bit of a penalty. Making sure that those robots simply do not get going. So 614 is burning time, digging 1895 out of their jam. 41 blue, 36 red, 35 seconds remaining. Red still going about its business. 48-21, looking to climb. They're going early. 21-86, their teammate also climbing. 12 points on a climb is a great big pile of points in a 45-point match right there. If both of those manage to climb, and they do, that's 2 robots afloat. You will notice something is hanging down under 2186, but it is off the ground. That is a mechanism of some sort. It is clear 1895 is afloat, 6326 is in the zone. So I think there are good ranking points for endgame for both of these. That is actually the bottom of the cage, the bottom of the deep cage. 2186 takes it all the way through their robot, I suppose, depending on where they grab onto it. So Blue managed to crack open a lead late in the game, 63-46. But Red has at least 10 points in their back pocket in end game to close that gap. And at that point, it's a 7-point game. I saw at least one flag fly. Let's see who takes that win. That is red. Oh, by 1 whole point. So red picks up 5 big ranking points. Blue gets there too for autonomous and for the barge at the end. But red on a squeaker manages to pick up those 3 big victory ranking points, and all 3 of their teams climb in the rankings.
All right, guys. Are you guys ready for the last match of the day? What is that? The last match of the day. Let's give it up for our first Alliance member, 2199.
Robo Lions from Finksburg, Maryland.
And their Alliance team members, 5804.
Torch from Richmond.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, we have Team 6213.
Team Quantum from Lanham, Maryland.
Over on the Blue Alliance, dressed in plaid, it's 2534.
That's Lumberjack Robotics from Baltimore.
Who's that? 339.
That is Kilroy Robotics from Stafford, Virginia.
And their Alliance team members, 2106.
The Junkyard Dogs out of Goochland.
And here comes the final match. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, go.
8213 actually took a step backwards. I'm not sure if they have come off the line, and that would be a shame if they end up missing that ranking point, because let's be honest, 2199 and 5804. 6213. Thank you. My apology. All right, 6213 now is alive and well and is heading out, looking to go on defense. That is Cardboard on top. Clearly, they are making the best of a damaged robot, and they are going on defense, and they're going to do what defense robots do. I'm always a little worried. 2534 is dancing around an awful lot. That's Lumberjack. They're a little top-heavy at this moment. 2106 going up top. 2199, they're looking to place. If you look at the Red Alliance, Coral Station, good golly, Miss Molly, they are putting pieces up on level 4. but they do not have pieces in other places, and they have only dislodged one piece of algae. A minute and a half remains, 65 to 62. Very close round. Junkyard Dogs placing another on level 7. These guys are going for the points win. 21.99, pushing a piece of algae up, and it goes in and comes back out. That is a heartbreaker. 21.06 hits another 7. It is now 72 to 79 with 1 minute left. 21.99 now has to go down to level 3, but is getting the algae out of the way. Robo Lions dropping, and this time that piece hits it. 58.04 puts up another piece. They're on level 3. 95 to 81. Red has broken out a little bit of a lead with 40 seconds remaining, but Blue is keeping them honest, still placing pieces, still making everything work. 103 to 86. Red has opened up a little more. They have finished level 4. They are now going to finish level 3 at the rate they're going. They have 2 robots, 58.04 and 21.99, that are just popping through those pieces as fast as they can. 21.06 grabs another. That's Junkyard Dogs. They want to put up. They have 2 robots putting up, trying to get a few last points. 119 to 102 with 11 seconds remaining. I don't know if they're going to climb. I don't know if they had intention to, but time is running out. Red has a robot up. Red has 2 robots up. 339 tries to climb on that high cage, but can't quite make it work. So right now it's a 10-point match, but Red has 2 robots floating in midair. In any other match, I'd be talking about the fact that both sides have 2 pieces of algae in them, which would lower the threshold for that coral ranking point. However, both of these teams were looking to score points, not score ranking points for that coral ranking point. They are all top heavy. All right, let's have a look. All of these teams in the heart of the rankings right now. Red holds on to that win. With a solid victory, 143 to 115. Blue picked up some penalty points, but not enough to do the job. So 4 ranking points go to Red. 1 ranking point goes to Blue. Ironically, Red missed the ranking point that Blue got. But still, all 3 robots on the Red side, RoboLions, Torch, and Team Quantum, climb up in the rankings. Very nicely done. A quick announcement, please notice the time. The pits close at 7 p.m. And according to Mickey, that is 21 minutes from now.
Tomorrow morning, the pits will open at 9, and we will have our opening ceremony. Correction, pits open at 8, and our opening ceremony is at 9.